Good morning, everyone. We're going to give a few minutes here for people to get settled. If you do have a camera, we do ask that you put it on today. It makes it a little easier as a trainer to interact with you and see that you're understanding what she's teaching. So we do encourage you to participate fully and turn your camera on. So we would love to see your beautiful faces.
Awesome. Yes, please. As many people that I can see, the better for me, especially if anyone has questions or whatever. A lot of times it's easier, and I know sometimes I can't always see everybody, but we'll see. It makes it way much easier to interact with you guys and do that, because after all, this is all about you guys today. So type in the chat box for me, please, so I know who saw, what was it, Lori, 2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago, yes.
Yeah, about 2 weeks ago. Who saw the initial, 90-minute or whatever from 2 weeks ago? Because today, honestly, I'll do a very brief, like, couple-minute recap, but it's completely different content from that 90-minute, and we're going way down deeper. So, oh wow, somebody actually watched the video from 2 weeks ago.
We talked about that, didn't we?
Watch the video.
We're like, how many people watched it, I wonder. Again, welcome. Today, we're going to have Maria give us wonderful tidbits on how to find deals and negotiate them. We do encourage you to put your camera on so that this can be interactive. If you do have questions, enter them into the chat to everyone. That way, if somebody else has that same question, it's getting answered, and Gary will help to answer those. And if you really like something, this is our applause. This is how we let Maria know that's really cool. This is our applause, okay? So thumbs up is like yes, and this is our applause. And then we have chat. So we do encourage participation. It does help keep the energy for everybody. And of course, when we have more energy, we learn more, which is why we're here, right? We want to invest the time for value. And we want you to be able to participate with us.
Yes, well, fantastic. Thank you so much, Lori. Again, I am so glad we could be here. Wish we could, or I dream of the day where we can all meet in person. And as Lori was saying, as many of you that can keep your cameras on, I would really appreciate it, because otherwise I'm just speaking honestly into this little green dot, and I have no clue if you guys are understanding it, if you have questions, whatever. And again, we have the wonderful chat box. I'm going to try to ask you guys some questions too as we go along here. I went on, I got a Versa desk, or one of those standing desks. So I have 2 monitors, so I might be kind of all over the place, and I'm trying to remember to look at the green dot. But I also have my wonderful husband, as well as Lori and Jeff, to help answer questions for you. Huge shout out to my husband. He actually went to Philadelphia with my 6-year-old son yesterday to go see his mom on her 93rd birthday. God love her. So shout out to my most wonderful mother-in-law, Connie. And she's still independent, going up and down stairs, all that wonderful stuff, and healthy and safe. So, and also today is my husband's birthday. So happy birthday to my husband, and any of you guys out there celebrating today. I'm very thankful to be here. A couple little housekeeping things. If you want a direct message, because you're afraid to put or I shouldn't say afraid, hesitant to put your question in the chat box, go ahead, direct message Jeff, Lori. I have a student named Jody that I was talking to earlier. Lori or Gary. Gary's my husband, Maria Giordano. He can help you with any of that stuff too. If you direct message me, I have this thing where it's hard for me to walk and chew gum. So for me to present to you guys, look at your pictures, and be reading the chat box, sometimes I miss things. So I just want to get that out there, because sometimes I have people that get kind of upset because I don't answer their questions. Well, I don't always see your questions. So if that's fair to everybody, I would love that. Let me start out with, actually, I had a couple of questions. I'm going to recap briefly in a little bit what we went over on, well, 2 weeks ago during that 90-minute. And what I'm going to teach you guys today is going to be so key moving forward. And right now we are seeing so many people in situations with job loss. I think we still have over 24 million Americans out of jobs. One of my students a month ago lost his job, and I'll be showing you Greg's story here later on. And he did his first seller finance deal and he hunkered down, because again, when the pain gets so bad, you got to put things into action. He hunkered down and made $42,000 on his very first seller finance deal, wholesaling it. I'm going to be showing you guys some of my California students, because a lot of you guys are like, oh, this isn't going to work here. This is California. My student Jody that I was talking to earlier, she's in California. I'll show you one of my guys, Isaac. So different things so that you can relate it to you, as well as how you can do real estate in other markets. So you don't have to necessarily do it all in California. But the thing is I'm going to go big most of this talk or this presentation over the next 4 hours or so. We have 4 hours, right, Lori and Jeff? I think it's 4 hours. I just want to make sure. Most of what we're going to go over is going to be creative deal structuring. And the reason being that this is so important to you, this is your seller financing deals, such as seller carryback mortgages, your subject to deals where you're taking over their mortgage and the deed's going in your name. If you don't understand it now, you will by the end. And also wraps, because we're dealing with a lot of properties right now that have a lot of equity in them. And how can you do it if you have a property like in California that might have 100 or 200,000 in equity and you don't have that money to bring to the table? Well, the answer is a wrap. So we're going to go into all that stuff, and then we're going to wrap it all up at the end in a nice, neat bow so you understand how to do it and you can have the tools to move forward. Because right now we're dealing with over roughly 3 million homes in forbearance that are more than 90 days late. And what this means to you as real estate investors is, look, these people who have nice properties, nice, credit, all that kind of stuff, sure, they can take that forbearance money because it's got to be repaid back. They can probably refinance it. They can maybe even pull equity out of their properties to live on, to get, they can sell it, all this stuff. They have options. But what about that huge chunk, which is estimated to be over 50% of these people that may not have good credit? They may not have done repairs on their property because it's distressed. They may not have maintained it. It may be dated. They may not have done any renovations in over 10 years. How are they, and because they have bad credit, they can't refinance that property. They don't have the money to pay back that forbearance, even if it's put on a reasonable payment plan. But what they really need is to get some money to move on, that they need to progress, maybe move to another city, maybe start fresh, do different things. Well, how can we help those? And the answer is with the subject tos and the wrap deals that I'm going to teach you today. Now, a little brief history on me, and because a lot of you guys I know didn't see the video or didn't attend when I spoke a couple of weeks ago. Oops, let me see if I can get my thing going. All right, so like many Americans, and we hear so much about the American dream nowadays, especially with the new administration and all that stuff. I think about everyone on this call can relate to the American dream. When I was a little girl, the American dream I was brought up in was that you go to school, you get good grades. I did not get good grades. I had learning disabilities. I was actually in grade school in a classroom in the basement of my school. It was kind of just outside an inner city school. They bus us in. I was in the basement. Moved out to this little town, and this is Winter in Port Washington, where I went to high school and kind of grew up the rest of my life from middle school up. And there, my high school guidance counselor told me I'd never amount to anything. So problem is if you didn't go to college, according to my parents, then you had to go into the trades. And my father wanted me to go into the trades and become a master electrician like him. Well, this is winter in Port Washington where I live. I mean, wow, that's cold. Where's my father working? Outside. I decided I was going to prove everybody wrong and I was going to go to college. And the thing is, when you go to college, you're going to be able to take care of you and your family, have the American dream of the house and the kids and the happily ever after kind of thing. But it didn't take long for me to realize that that American dream was flawed. And so many Americans right now are going through this. I mean, divorce happens. How many of us have been divorced? Probably over 50% of you guys that are on this call right now, who are a lot of our distressed sellers, who are a lot of the people that can't get financing. I was dealing with one just the other day because of divorce. So divorce happens. Then you have people getting laid off. You know, lots of people have lost their jobs due to COVID, or if they manage to keep their jobs, they've had to take huge pay cuts. My daughter, just last night, and she's in Arizona, she's 18, about 18 and a half, her company just cut the employees. Now, they didn't want to lay them off, so what they do? They cut their hours. So she went from 40 hours a week to 15 hours. She's like, Mom, how am I going to live on this? Now, luckily, we have real estate, we have investments, and I can help her out. But how many of us have been in that situation? I've been laid off. I've been let go. We have friends, even doctors, that have had to take 25% pay cuts. I have an attorney in one of my coaching groups. When he worked for a cell phone company, when they merged, he had to take a layoff for that. Now he got a severance package, but how long are you going to last? How many businesses, especially small businesses, have gone under and their employees have lost their jobs, as well as, you know, the store owner, the business owner. And then again, you have the pay cuts. So that was me. I was, like I said, brought to the land of the American dream. This was my first husband, love of my life. I never ever imagined that we would end up in divorce. He literally, it sounds like a soap opera, but ran off to Mexico and married his secretary in Mexico. I got married a second time. Didn't work out. So sometimes bad things happen to good people, such as divorce. Suddenly, I'm a single mom with 4 kids. Now I get laid off because, yes, even as a registered nurse, which is what I went to school for, we get laid off. I know tons of nurses. The hospital by us laid off 500 people during COVID because they didn't have the money in to pay their salaries, and all the other services that the hospital offers got canceled. So suddenly, you know, I can't provide food for my kids. I'm on public assistance. I was on Women, Infant, and Children at one time, WIC. In winter, I couldn't give them coats. I was going to the Salvation Army to provide winter coats for my kids, and instead they didn't have the coats, so I'm buying sweaters and bundling up in sweaters. And then you've got to ask yourself, okay, how long can you last when bad things happen? And because of the American dream that my parents brought me up to believe in, it was 3 months. And the thing that I realized is that the 3 months I had in saving wasn't nearly enough. And I felt like such a failure. Anybody relate to that? You feel like a failure because suddenly you can't afford, you know, your coats for your kids, food for them, paying your mortgage, paying your rent. I was behind on my mortgage, you know, my car payment. My parents were literally giving my kids care packages home of food and groceries. And it was at this point in my life, it was a huge turning point because I so desired to be financially free. So as a divorced single parent, I had no money coming in. My first husband wasn't paying me child support. My second husband had drinking or alcohol issues. He couldn't take care of himself, let alone the kids we had together. So what do? Well, I realized at that point that real estate was the answer. I mean, that's probably why most of you guys are here today, because real estate, I still believe, even despite what's all happening in the stock market, has made more millionaires and billionaires than anything else out there. And you can do so much through real estate. I mean, write down right now or put in the chat box, what is it that you want to do with real estate? some of the things that I've done, well, I'll show you in a minute, but you can do assisted living. You can rent them out. My student Greg had a property. I said, you know what? There's a strategy for this property. I said, have you ever thought about wholesaling it to somebody who wants to do a group home? You wholesale that deal and you can get paid more for it, and he runs his group home. Have you ever thought about, yes, passive income, development? I've done ground up construction, minor land divisions where I've bought a house on a double lot, partitioned off the lot, and because of that, I was able to do a ground up, and I made over $200,000 on that deal, and I didn't use any of my own money. So that's the other thing. You don't have to have your own money coming into this. The way my husband Gary and I got so good at this was because when the last market crashed, it wiped us out. You know, what's happening in the stock market the other day wiped out a lot of people. We had to get started using other people's money and doing it in creative ways where we didn't have to come in with $500,000, million or more. We've done commercial. You can do commercial deals this way, where we've bought distressed commercial properties. We've done securities filings and use completely other people's money to do the deal and put it together. You can wholesale those kind of deals. You can do fix and flips. You can buy land. I know a lot of people right now, land is extremely hot. And the reason being is a lot of people want to have land where they can go and park their RV or get out of the city and go four-wheeling and all this kind of stuff. So you can do land as well. You can wholesale land. So there's so many things that you can do in real estate that it's virtually unlimited. So that's one of the reasons why I like real estate so much. The other thing that I was told when I wanted to get into real estate, and let me know if any of you have had to deal with this. You know, I saw what my parents did. And the first thing everybody is telling me is, oh, honey, real estate is so risky. Did you not see how much your parents lost? You know, my parents they lost everything. They didn't do it right. They had corrupt town officials, took away their commercial buildings for eminent domain. They didn't have tenant background checks like we have now. And the one thing that I've learned is how to do your real estate right, how to mitigate those losses. The other thing that we're told, and here's my other response to anybody that asks me about, oh, real estate is so risky. I'm like, really? Have you taken a look at what's going on in the stock market right now? I mean, wow. You want to talk about risk? The stocks plummet. What happens? You have a piece of paper that's devalued. What are you going to do with that? Make kindling? With real estate, you have a tangible asset that you can rent. You can move in if you lose your primary property. You can rent for even more money as doing a group home of some sort, sober living house, you name it. That asset has so much more potential for you than the stocks do. Now, I'm not knocking stocks. My son is a day trader. The other thing that I was told is, honey, nothing against you guys out there, you're a girl. Flipping properties is a guy's job. Because when I started out, I was fixing and flipping over 6 properties a month. I was like the fix and flip queen. Well, I wanted passive income. How many of you want passive income? I love getting checks in the mail, or in this case, electronically into my account. Anybody want passive income? Because that's what we're about. So there's so many things that you can do. So once I picked up my very first property, it was literally less than 6 months before I was quitting my job as a full-time nurse, trading time for money, working 12-hour day-night shift rotations, not seeing much of my kids. How many of you can relate to that? I have teachers that want to get out of teaching, not because they don't love what they do, but because they're spending so much time preparing and working with their students and stuff that they want to be able to be a parent again. They want to be able to be a mommy or a daddy again, not worry about it. So that's what real estate has allowed me to do. And then when COVID hit, because of how I set up my rentals, because of how I still do some flips, not many, I wasn't hurting. My husband and I were still able to pay our bills. And that's what I'm going to show you how you can do that today. I didn't have any of my tenants not pay. Now, maybe I'm fortunate, maybe I just got lucky, who knows? But the thing is that all of my properties had so much cash stream. They were high equity properties. So I'm going to teach you how you can do that using very little to none of your own money. So each and every one of these properties are one of the properties that I've gotten using one of the marketing strategies I'm going to show you today, one of the negotiation strategies, or one of the deal structuring strategies. Oops, my slide's not moving. There we go. And the key about this is that each one of these properties tell a story. That one, I lease optioned to a plumber who just closed after 7 years on that property. Some of these properties, like that one, turned into a group home. Some of these properties meant $200,000 in quick cash over 6 months. Some of these properties paid for my oldest daughter, legally blind. She had to go through special schools. How many of you have a relative or a kid that needs specialized education? It paid for her education. $700 a month cash flow on that one. That one was over a $60,000 wholesale deal. I didn't do anything but shuffle paper. And that property right there, I like to call this one, this is my property that literally started it all. Just by seeing it on a corner with tarps over it. How many of you have seen properties that have tarps over it or distressed tall grass? And some of them are in really nice neighborhoods. This property was in a nice neighborhood. That other property that had no roof on it, it was in one of the high-end markets in Scottsdale, Arizona. People were driving by it all the time. It was actually across the street from one of my private money lenders, or hard money lenders he was at the time. And this is the thing. People always think, God, I wish somebody would do something with that property. God, I wish, it wouldn't be there anymore. God, my property values are going to go down for it. Whatever the case is be, everybody wants somebody else to do something. So the point of today is to get you out of what I call seminar land and out there and doing deals. Everything I've created is because I know what it was like to be sitting on the fence for 2 years thinking, gosh, if I just get that perfect deal, or if I just get enough education, I can go ahead and do real estate. Today is no excuses. Today is about you getting out there and doing it. You have to get your butts off the seats. You're never going to feel. If you're a newbie investor, who are my newbie investors? Do I have them on here today? Type in the chat box if you're a brand new investor. Because it's scary. And even you experienced investors, if you remember what it was like, it was scary. So today is about eliminating that fear and giving you the tools to get out there and do these deals, because you're never going to feel like you have enough education until you do that very first deal. And here's the thing. After I did that deal made me almost my entire annual salary in 45 days of what I would have taken a year to make as a registered nurse. After I did that deal, I was like, what was I waiting for 2 years? All the money I could have been making instead of wasting my time. And I don't want to say it's a waste of time to take care of other people, but not spending it with my children, trading my time for money and never feeling like I got ahead. So today we're going to talk about 3 things. And if you saw last week, or 2 weeks ago, this is completely different. It may seem a little the same, but it's going to be completely different. So the first thing we have to talk about when it comes to your real estate is about 3 things. The 3 things that all investors who are doing things really, really well comes down to 3 things in their investing. It's their marketing. So first, you must build your marketing. If you don't have a marketing funnel, and for those of you who don't know what a marketing funnel is, it's where you have all these deals coming in the top and you get those low-hanging deals coming out. How many of you have more deals than you know what to do with? More calls coming in than you know what to do with? I'm going to bet 95 to 99% of you want more deals. So tell me if you are looking for ways to find more deals. Because I'm going to share with you today my letter that on the first response, I get a 9% response rate on. And a lot of you guys are thinking, oh, that's crap, right? For those of you who don't know real estate, your typical response rate on a piece of marketing, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, is about 0.5 to 1%. Is that right? For you experienced people and I are doing direct mail. Is that right? 0.5 to 1%. Let me see. Anybody out there? Give me a thumbs up for those of you guys who are, at least have your cameras on. So it's literally 0.5 to 1%. So why am I getting 9%? I'm going to take you through, there's 2 reasons. I'm going to take you through my letter today and show you exactly why, so you can repurpose it for you. The other thing is you've got to have your negotiations. And I speak a lot on negotiations. I used to hate negotiations, but you need to know how to negotiate like a Jedi Master. And you see, it doesn't take any special talent. I, like I said, had a learning disability. All it does is take a few key strategies. So one of the things is, and if you think about what is it, since you guys are in California, I can talk about the Oscars and all that stuff. What is it that your actors and actresses and people who are winning the Academy Awards and stuff have that you don't have? An award-winning script. And that is your negotiations. Well, here's the thing. Unlike actors and actresses and stuff, you don't have to memorize. In fact, some of the best stuff that they've done, they've improvised a little bit. So I'm going to give you one strategy today. It's called anchoring. That is literally going to help you fix and flippers and you wholesalers make a ton more money. And you don't have to memorize anything to do it. Now in the course and the system that I talk about, I have scripts for you. I have ways that you can talk to sellers and get them to make the appointments, find out what their motivation is. And we'll talk about that as well. The third thing that you must have in your arsenal, and this I like to call your toolbox, is creative deal structuring. And here's the thing, with little to nothing down and with less than perfect credit, you can invest in real estate. So for those of you who are sitting here and you have, well, I don't have much money, or my credit is shot, so I can't get a loan. This is how you can invest with little to nothing down and with less than perfect credit. And for those of you, and I don't care if you're a millionaire out there, we all only have so much money. Well, how do all these investors build the big assisted living facilities, the big skyscrapers, the big hotels? Even if they're a millionaire or billionaire, do they use their own money? No, of course not. Instead, they use other people's money. They do things like options, which we teach at my boot camp. They do things like, if it's a property that's going under, they might take over that mortgage, which is a subject to. So they're doing creative deals all the time. The problem is all of these guys are keeping it all to themselves. So today I want to lift that veil and help you out. So the first thing we're going to talk about is your marketing. How do you build that marketing tree? Here's the thing. You've got to pick 3 strategies in order to be successful, build that marketing funnel. So I asked, I think for those of you who were here the last time, what were your 3 strategies for marketing? Put them in the chat box. My 3 strategies, and I think I have a slide on here. Let me see if I can, I'm giving it to you, maybe not. My main top 3 strategies are direct mail. And here's the thing. It's how you pull your lists. And that's something, literally when you come to the 3-day, you're going to go away with your done for you marketing system. That's one component of it. Next thing I do, I see door knocking. I do door knocking. Gary and I found a property the other day, door knocking. I was on my way to look at another property, found this one. There's money in that property. I also love to pull, and I mentioned one type of that I do lists all the time. One of my favorite type of lists I also pull is probate lists. I get probate ones because what do we know about probate properties? Somebody has died and most family members don't know what to do with that property. They have to pay taxes. They're thinking that if they have a realtor, maybe they have to do renovations, do all the trash out, make it look nice. And people don't want to do that. People are busy. You guys are busy, right? So people want the easy button, and that's where you can come in. Door knocking, I have a very specific way that I show my students how to do it. Now, it's okay if you don't want to door knock. Some of these strategies you don't have to do yourself. Remember, you make more money by using less of your own and using other people to help you out. It's not about you doing all the minimum wage activities. So the number one problem that I bet all of you have, oops, my screen's not going. Your number one problem is, how do you get motivated sellers to call you? So here's my first rule. I mean, how many of you have this problem? It's not just about getting sellers to call you. It's getting the right sellers to call you. Does anyone have that problem with you can't get motivated sellers to call you? No one? We're all getting motivated sellers. So you want me to stop and not share the letter that's giving me a 9% return? Come on, guys, help me out. Who has problems getting motivated sellers to call them? Share it. All right. Well, before I share it, the first rule, and this is why this letter I'm about to show you gives me a 9% response rate. Now, the other half is also how I pick my list. It's not about me. It's not about you guys. Who is it about? It's about that seller. It's got to be about that seller. What is their motivation? So here is, and feel free to take out your cameras and take a picture of this letter. This is a new letter that I put together over the holidays because I noticed my response rates were going down. I wasn't hitting on people's pain points. So I tweaked it. Again, I'm an active real estate investor. This is like kind of like my hobby. I love teaching. I love helping other people to get where I am. So this letter is what I use to get my motivated sellers. Now you have to have a good motivated seller list. You come to the 3A, the next one is in March in Phoenix, or we'll see if it doesn't happen, it'll be virtually. I'll teach you how to pull that list. But here's the other thing. You must pique your seller's interests. And the one thing I learned, actually I learned a lot of things when I was working for a corporate healthcare company, but one of the things that made me so successful as a marketer when I was going out and talking to these companies was when it was enrollment and I was doing health and wellness programs and really trying to help these companies with the health of their employees, was that I needed to get their attention. I needed something that would get me that extra 3 to 6 seconds for them to actually look at that memo, look at that note that their employer is sending them. And it starts with your watermark. This is the watermark that I use. This is one of several. Now, here's the thing. When you use a watermark, it's got to be something people can relate to. Country is very patriotic right now. So I use a patriotic watermark. The other thing that you can use is something cute. I love using animals. I have another watermark that I was showing before, but I changed the letter up. So if you saw me speak a couple of months ago before the holidays, I used a completely different letter with a completely different watermark. And it was a mommy pony, miniature pony with her miniature baby mini mule. And it was adorable. The baby was just born. I took a picture of it and I used that and I got a great response rate on that as well. What doesn't work? Here's the thing. If you're just out there and putting some watermark on it, what doesn't work? Well, sports teams don't work. Why don't sports teams work? All right, how many of you are Cowboys fans? I like to pick on the Cowboys because most people are like, oh, I can't talk to a Cowboys fan. I don't like Cowboys. Well, if the Cowboys is your team and you sent that letter out to a non-Cowboy fan, oh, let me tell you, they're going to crumple that up, never look at it, and throw it in the trash. In Arizona, where I lived for 18 years, we have 2 competing universities. Not sure if you guys have ever heard of ASU and U of A. Well, I had a student who was doing everything I told him except for he didn't want to put anything patriotic. He didn't want to put anything cute on his watermark. So what did he use? Well, he used the ASU mascot. His market that he was going after was more towards Tucson. Tucson in Arizona is U of A. U of A people hate ASU people. So guess what his response rate was? So you've got to think about who is your market? Why do I love this as my watermark? It's real simple. Part of my avatar that I'm going after, and your avatar is who is your seller. So I want you guys to start writing down, who is my seller? Well, most of the sellers I go after, and I've looked in your market, you should be going after these people as well, are seniors. Senior owners who've owned their properties for 10 plus years. Write that down. They're very patriotic. This resonates with them. So this is my watermark. The next thing that you have to have is a killer, and I mean a killer letter that speaks to the benefits and overcomes objections. Here's the thing. Most of you guys write a letter, and seriously, it's all about you. I can close quick. I can do this. I can do that. Here's the thing. Do they care a flying anything about you? They're hurting. I told a little lady, and I'll show you Hilda a video in a little bit. I was buying a property from her. I told her, oh, honey, I can have you closed by next week. She broke down, started sobbing. She'd lived in that house for over 30 years, raised her kids after her divorce in that house. She wanted to move to Texas where her family was. It broke her down when I told her I can close quick. Now, sometimes you have to do a quick close, but sometimes that's not a motivating factor. In fact, you're giving them a reason. When you say, I can close quick, you're giving them a reason to have an objection. So think about what you're putting in your letter. So when we talk about benefits, I put, we purchased the house directly from you, so there are no real estate commissions or extra fees coming out of your pocket. How do I come up with a lot of this stuff? Well, because I'm an active investor and I still flip a little bit and sell properties and whatnot, when I have a property, I go and I ask, open door, I ask, knock, how many of you guys know about the e-buyers out there? The open doors, the knocks, have anybody heard of those? Okay, I've got a few of you guys. I studied them. I study Zillow. I talk to some of the people who have sold their homes to those people. I find out why. Now I create and I craft that into my letters. So one of the reasons why, how many of you heard of this? One of the reasons why people don't want to list is because they don't want to have to pay a real estate commission, right? And I'm sure a lot of you realtors that are on here, do I have any realtors on here? I'm not going to pick on you. But how many of you realtors are tired of getting kicked in the gut with sellers who don't want to pay you a commission? Anyone? Because let's face it, a lot of people just on realtors, they don't want to pay a commission. They don't want to have extra fees coming out of your pocket. Well, what is the thing I know about the e-buyers? So Zillow and Knock and Open Door and all those other e-buyers, what are they? They're not saying they have a commission, but what are they saying? They're tacking on fees. How many of you guys like to pay fees? So if you guys don't say you don't like to pay fees, I'm going to assume all of you want to pay fees. How many of you do not want, help me out here, no fees? I got Lori. Anybody else? Maria. All right, couple more, no fees. This is a huge thing. You guys don't realize this. Those e-companies, they don't put it on their homepage. They're not telling about the fees. Yeah, listen, boo, that they're charging. Their fees are sometimes upward of 9 to 12%. So I'm putting right in there, hey, there's no extra fees. Well, when are these people finding out about the fees? With the offer. Yeah, it's scary. How much money? Exactly, Lori. So the other thing, we always make cash offers. Why do I put we always make cash offers? I don't want to say, you know, I can give you a quick cash offer. I say we always make a cash offer. I'm making a cash offer on everyone. But if I have to put out a lot of cash, as my husband Gary will say, if I put out a lot of cash, it's got to be at a discount. You know, either I'm generally flipping it or I'm wholesaling it. So I can make a cash offer. But what I'm going to show you next with negotiations is how I anchor them to how bad that offer is going to be, how they're not going to like the cash offer. Never worry about delays resulting from a buyer trying to qualify for a mortgage and wasting your valuable time. How many of you have dealt with buyers? I had one recently that no fault of their own. That's why I hung it in there with them. But the bank, the loan guy, screwed up and cost us a 4-week delay. Now, I'm still have a tenant in that property. I'm still making money. So that was good. But if that person can't afford to pay their mortgage, if that person is accepting a job in another part of the country or needs money to go buy another property and wants to do a double close or something, can they afford to have a delay, especially like 4 weeks? Do they want a buyer who their agent didn't qualify? That issue with Hulda was what it was. Her buyer didn't qualify them. That realtor didn't qualify the buyer and wasted her time, and she was mad and didn't want to deal with realtors. If it needs repairs, that's okay. That's a benefit to them, and you're also overcoming an objection, because a lot of older people look around and they get overwhelmed with all the repairs their property needs. So you've got to tell them, hey, if it needs repairs, that's okay. We buy it in its current condition without you needing to do anything to it. It's a benefit, and I'm overcoming their objections. Is this good stuff you guys getting? Making sense? Nod your heads for those I can see. Here it is. I'm just stating it right out here. The benefit to you is no costly repairs, because sometimes people have to be reminded, what is their benefits? No costly repairs, no cleanings, no showings. Now, with no cleanings and no showings, who am I speaking to? I'm speaking to that wife usually, and especially like my student Jody, who's dealing with one right now in Utah. She's in California. She wants to invest in Utah because she's up near Sacramento. She's dealing with a mom, and I could relate to this when I listed my properties. If you've ever listed a property and you're living in that property, and it's Sunday morning, and you suddenly get the realtor calling you up saying, hey, I've got a nice couple here who wants to see your house. Can you be out of there in 15 minutes? And if you have little kids, like I have a 6-year-old, even I have 5 kids, but my youngest is 6. And I'm looking around at his Legos everywhere. We just had Sunday morning breakfast, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I've got to go into, hurricane mode, clean up all of this because we have a showing coming. And it always seems like one of your kids leaves their underwear out during the showing, and you come back and you find their nasty underwear like sitting in the room or something. It's nasty. Kids are nasty, and they're going to thwart you selling the house. Use that in your letter. No cleanings, no showings. I know people who they didn't realize what I did when I told them what I do. They're like, oh yeah, we just sold our house to Open Door. It was so easy. I loved it. And I asked them, well, what made you do it? Because I don't think you got market price. They're like, no, actually, we probably lost $100,000 on it, but we didn't have to show the house, and I didn't have to worry about cleaning it. They closed us, and I could move. That's what people want. They want convenience. The other objection, I owe too much on my house. So today I'm going to show you how you can buy properties even if they owe too much. You can close at a time that works for you. Put that in your letter. That phrase is gold. You can close at a time that works for you, or you can close at a time that benefits you. I like to use either one of those, works or benefits. I'm actually probably a little more, like benefits probably a little bit more than works, now that I'm saying this out loud. I can help you with determining the value of your property. If you are a real estate investor, you know the values of the properties in your area. If you don't, by the time you're done with our 3-day workshop, you're going to be able to pull your comps without being an agent and figure out the values and your repair costs like this, so that can be a benefit to your seller. Because some of your older people, and by the way, older people like direct mail. They like letters. They're not necessarily on the internet trying to find what their property is worth. My father's 74 years old. You're not going to see him Googling property values. He lives in a fourplex. Recently wanted to find out what the rents were and all that stuff. Did you think he went online to do it? He's in another state than I am. I wasn't even investing in his area. Who did he call? Called me. In less than 20 minutes, I could give him what are the rents for similar properties that are 2-bedroom, 3 bedrooms? What are those buildings selling for? All that kind of information. Your older people are not necessarily going to do that. Now, they might ask their grandchild or whatever. But again, that's another benefit. The next thing you need to have on your letter is a call to action. Everybody's familiar with what a call to action is, right? Anybody doesn't know what a call to action is, type it in the chat box. Otherwise, I'm gonna think you all do. Here's the thing. Most of you guys aren't telling your sellers what to do next. You've got to put in your letter what to do. If my offer looks like it would be a benefit to you, call me. Now, a lot of you guys are saying, well, what if it doesn't? How are you going to get them to call? Show you in a second. Even if you're not interested in selling at this time, it goes on, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the sentence, I say, so call me. Another call to action. I put my name in there, and I have my 24/7 receptionist who responds to all my stuff. I use Pat Live. They have a script to handle all these calls. So every time they're thinking they're getting a live person. Why don't I use voicemail? People aren't going to leave a message, are they? And I recently tested that theory. A lot of you say, oh yeah, people leave a message. Well, that mailing that I got out the week before Christmas, that apparently I wasn't exactly paying attention to what my assistant was putting on the letter, and she put my cell number on there. I got blown up because, like I said, I got over a 9% response rate on 200 letters. My test one was 23, and I got an even higher. I got almost a 22% response rate on that one. Here's the thing. When I wasn't able to answer my phone and it went to voicemail, my voicemail just says, hi, this is Maria, blah, 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 leave them a message. They hung up. I would call that number back when I started figuring out what was going on. Then they would answer. Sometimes it would go right to voicemail. I knew it was a seller. 50% of those I never got in touch with. You have to have someone there to answer your calls. Then you need to tell them what to do on your letter. What's next? And remember, consistency is key. So the very last part of my letter, the PS, it says, PS, you should keep our letter as things in life has a tendency to change. Because of that phrase, I have had sellers call me back 2+ years later. And I've asked them, well, why are you calling me? Like, because I kept your letter. And I'm like, oh, can I ask you why? You told me to. You said things in life have a tendency to change. Put that in your letter. That is gold. That is money making. I have made hundreds, if not millions of dollars on that phrase because people have kept my letter when they've thrown everybody else's away. Then I say, also, you've got to give them an alternative reason to get in touch with you. Not everybody wants to talk to you, right? How many of you know sellers that would much rather deal with text? Now, my older avatar doesn't, or email. Anybody have sellers that they know would much rather not talk to them? Anybody out there? You guys hearing me? Or some of you guys just like, I'd never get to talk to a seller ever. Lori says yes. So now you have to put in there, what else can they do? How else can they reach you? So I tell them, don't assume just because your email is on there that they're going to use it. I say also, if you would like to email me information and pictures of your property, please send them to, and I put my direct email for my business on there. Yeah, Alyssa, I would be that. I would be that one too. So if you're testing someone out and you're unsure, or here's the thing, if you're a seller that's getting a bunch of this and this letter suddenly resonates with you, because it's overcoming all these objections and your letters sound like you're a decent person, but they're still not so sure that they can trust you. Again, reasons start to build trust. They're going to want to shoot you an email. So I get tons of emails from people as well that have responded to my letter. But the second thing is even if you have a killer list, even if you have a killer letter, consistency is key to your marketing. You've got to be consistent. Marketing is not a one and done. In fact, studies have been shown 80% of your responses are going to come after the third, fourth, and fifth touch, that third, fourth, and fifth letter. Here's the other thing. Big takeaway for you guys. Let me see if I can find it. After I see a seller, how many of you guys send them a thank you card for the time? Anybody out there send them a thank you card? Let me see. Who's sending thank you cards? Type in yes or no so I can see. And then I'll tell you why this is so key in closing. No? Anybody else? Who did? Yes. Awesome. You're my gold star. Anybody else? I need to know. Are you sending your sellers thank you cards after you see them? After you go on an appointment and talk to them? Even if you're not getting the deal? No one's going to tell me anything. Okay, so you guys are going to be like that today. The reason being why I send them a thank you card. You need a seller first. It's not, okay, so you need to go out on an appointment. I'm telling you, you start sending these letters out, you're going to start getting responses. Every person who calls you, you make an offer. The reason why I'm sending them a thank you card is it's another way of contacting them. It's another touch. The second reason is in my thank you card, after I'm thanking them for all their time, I'm putting an offer in there, a written offer. Now in the course, I have, actually as part of the bonus, I have a 3-offer proposal thing. It can literally be that simple. Boom, 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2 offers. But I'm sending it and I'm signing it so that they know it's legitimate, that I mean it. And it gets them thinking. Oops, I'm gonna drop stuff here. But that is huge. So add that. That has increased my closing ratio tremendously. Oh, my thank you card, honestly, somebody asked me to show an example of it. It is just, I like the color like Tiffany blue. So it's just a simple little, I don't know if you guys can see this, a simple little, let me see, thank you card that I blank on the inside. I put an offer in there. I also will put my business card, and this is something we'll get more into during the boot camp, that has my face on it in there as well. And everything is branded the same colors because I want it to stand out and them to recognize me. During the 3-day, I have a reason for everything and I take you through it. So by the end of that 3-day, you're literally locked and loaded and getting those sellers calling you and getting the deals done. But that's all it is it's a simple thank you card that I stick an offer in, fold it up and mail it. You can also do a letter if you don't want to do a thank you card. I have an out-of-state seller, older couple in Long Island. I didn't get to meet with them face-to-face. I gave them an offer over the phone because they didn't have internet, didn't have all this other stuff. And then I wrote them a longer letter with all the benefits, and my offer in it and the rationale for my 2 different offers. So it works. Again, guys, I make a living on this stuff. Real estate investing is my primary source of income. So here it is, where I say, keep our letter as things in life have a tendency to change. And I even use that when I'm talking with them. I said, you know what, if I'm talking with them over the phone, I said, well, hang on to that letter. You know, you never know when someone you love may need it or if your situation changes. Reasons build trust. If you give somebody a reason, they go, oh, okay, that makes sense. There's the email me. So for those of you who heard me speak 2 weeks ago, you remember me talking about my student, Misha. Misha was a single mom 5 kids, little kids. Her youngest is 3, just turned 3. And Misha's up in Appleton, Wisconsin. It's basically, I'm from Wisconsin. It's a paper mill area, very industrial, very blue collar, hardworking people. Misha's up there. Misha has had to live in her car with her children. She's been homeless. She, like many of us, realized real estate was the answer, and she knew it was a quick way to start making money. The problem was she didn't know what was going to work for her. So she came to me, did the boot camp, gave her, and at the boot camp, I give you 100 different strategies to market for real estate investors, or I'm sorry, for motivated sellers. Because it's not just about marketing to sellers. You need motivated sellers. So while she's at this, we're talking, she's picking her 3. Now, what works for one person isn't going to work for another. That's why I give you a list of 100, which sounds overwhelming. I don't want you to study 100 different ways. I want you to pick the 3 ways that works for her. During my last talk, I talked about code violations. Code violations was one of Misha's way. And with COVID going on, it's not like before where you could go into the city and make a relationship with that code enforcement officer. Instead, what Misha had to do was do it via telephone and through email. So I told Misha what she needs to do is she needs to contact her local city code enforcement office. Find out who is the code enforcement officers. Find out, again, benefit, just like with your motivated sellers. Find out how you can help them. What can you do to make their life easier? Once Misha was able to do that, from just this one marketing tip, she went from building a relationship with one code enforcement officer, who then passed her on to another one, to a third one. In less than a month, she had deals coming in from 3 city code inspectors. Literally an endless supply of leads. So when I talk about how we're going to get you during the boot camp to figure out what works for you, this worked for Misha. She doesn't have to necessarily do pulling lists and direct mail marketing and stuff because she didn't have much money when she got started. But these code inspectors will thank you for helping them. So as Misha says, just one marketing tip Maria gave me has helped me to build a relationship with 3 city code inspectors and an endless supply of leads. These code inspectors thank me for helping them while I'm making money buying their problem properties. Maria, you are the best. What are we doing as investors? Every time we're going out and talking with a motivated seller, we're finding out about their problem properties. We are helping them solve their problem while we are making money from it. So a lot of you guys had, I'd gotten some emails as well through my realestateprofitsystem.com website. And a lot of people were saying that, look, I get the marketing thing, but I don't have the money. How many of you don't have the money or are worried about what happens if you find the property and you don't have the money? Anybody have that fear? Yes, right? That's anybody else? Because the next part, this is huge. This was a huge barrier for me. This is why I sat on the fence for so long. Well, what if instead you can get the money first and then find the deal? Would that appeal to anyone? Yes, all right. So here's the thing. I teach investing a little differently. I want you to raise the money. And I want to give you that step-by-step guide to finding these private money lenders. Now, during the workshop, we go through, and the workshop is completely different than the course. The course is meant to be an online kind of home study course. The workshop, even if it ends up being, the 3-day ends up being virtual, and we've done 2 virtual ones now very successfully. If it can't be in person, because I know some people are still uncomfortable meeting in person, which I totally get. So even if it's virtually, we have a whole different information that we share with you during that. It's hands-on, it's work. That's why I prefer to call it a workshop to a boot camp. And you get the scripts, you get to build your credibility kit, all the necessary things that you need to raise the money. But today, if nothing else, I want to give you enough to take away and to go out and start doing this. Now, this is the only part of my presentation that I have a disclaimer for because it has to deal with financials. And here's the thing, what I'm about to share with you is just what I do and Gary does and many of my students do on a day-to-day basis in our real estate investing business. You must do your own due diligence, because this is just my opinion. I am not an attorney. I am not an accountant. I've done SEC filings, but I've hired the right people to put those together. So again, just like in my course, I give you tenants and common agreements, all the legal stuff. I still want you to take it to your attorney or to other people that you trust to go over it. So just so you know where I am at. Also, I am not a realtor. I'm a real estate investor. I have nothing against realtors out there. Many of my students, even my coaching students, are realtors. Heck, I even have a couple of different attorneys who are in my coaching groups. But I never had time. Honestly, once I started hitting the ground, it took off so fast, I never had the time to become a realtor. So what I'm doing will work if you're a realtor, and will work if you're not a realtor. It will work if you have a day job. It will work like my student Greg, who got unemployed. I've been unemployed. So the first thing you need to know is about using other people's money and how it works. What are private money lenders looking for? And the types of private money lenders that are out there. Those are the two things. So understand, banks are completely different than private money lenders. And when I talk about private money lenders or other people's money, I am not referring to hard money lenders. I am not referring to banks. I am referring to financial friends, I call them, friends and families, acquaintances, people you meet. Those are my private money lenders. Those are who I use, other people's monies. And when it comes to those people, unlike banks, banks lend based on what? They lend based on your credit score, which I won't go into credit scores, but come on, there's so much holes in that stuff. They lend based on your debt to income. Gary and I, years ago, about 10 years ago, we were going to refinance our private residence. And because the interest rates dropped, and we went to, Joe Bag Donuts Bank, and we're in real estate. We had tons of real estate investments. We were getting tons of cash flows. That underwriter doesn't understand real estate investing, do they? All they understood was I had all these properties, and some were paid off, some were 25% loan to value, some were 50. Didn't matter. They were all cash flowing. The lowest cash flow was $400. They wouldn't lend to us because they considered those assets as liabilities. You can't fight banks. They're going to win. People, on the other hand, lend based on trust and confidence in your business. What are the two things? And Gary actually put it in the chat box that most private money lenders want. Think of it. Put yourself in their shoes. They want security and they want safety. Now, some people think they're the same thing. Other people don't. I ask my private money lenders, what's more important to you, security or safety? You find out where they're at. Now, there are different types of private money lenders, and there's three basic types of private money lenders. There's the minimal risk tolerance. Those are your conservative buy and hold guy. They want you to even get your buy and hold assets at like 50 cents on the dollar. They want stable tenants with 800 credit scores, whatever. Those are your minimal risk conservative ones. They make, actually, as long as they're not asking you a bazillion questions, they make really, really good private money lenders. Then there's your moderate risk. They're all okay with some risk for higher returns. Those are the guys that might be all in if you get a property that's slightly underwater, but maybe you're taking it down for closing costs and it's going to net $1,000 a month. And if your closing cost is like $10,000, guess what? 10 months at $1,000 a month, that property is paid for. Those guys are all in on that. They get a little scary sometimes when it comes to your fix and flip. They get a little scary if you're doing subdivisions, if you're doing multifamily developments. If you're one of my students, Terry, him and his wife are investing where they're taking hotels, and right now there's a lot of hotels that are vacant, and they're changing those hotels into multifamily affordable living houses. So like I said, there's so much you can do with real estate. Your moderate and your minimal risk guys might be okay with that. Now your aggressive guys, those are your hard hitting guys. Those are the guys that are loving the stock market right now, that want maximum returns with substantial risk. Those are the guys that if you have maybe a development you want to do, maybe you have bought some land and you want to put in infrastructure, do the land development, you know, get the HOA going and do ground up construction on a whole tract of homes. Those are the guys that are going to be like, show me the numbers. This is great. How fast can we get this done? They like that volatility. So those are your primary 3 types of investors. Now, here's the thing I've learned. Do not assume until you meet with them and you start asking them questions what type of an investor they are. Because here's the thing. Assumptions blind and hypothesis guide you. Once you start assuming, and I made this mistake. When I first got into investing, I made the mistake of assuming that the guy with the torn jeans or whatever kind of sitting at the back of the room like this with a baseball cap was broke and didn't have money, and he was here like everybody else in the room to try and find private money. Little did I realize that that guy is a multimillionaire. My student Greg down in Atlanta, I said, dude, I'm telling you, the seller you are dealing with is a multimillionaire. He's like, no, he's not. You should see the way he dresses. You know, everything's about how he's going to die. And, you know, he looks like a bum. I said, well, find out if he has any other properties. I said, there's just something about him. Greg found out that this guy has about $4 or $5 million sitting in the bank. He's been slowly liquidating his buy and hold properties, his landlord business, or I like to call us housing providers. And that's why he's been selling them off. That guy literally looked like a bum. He lived in, he's probably like my father. He could live in a brown paper bag and be completely happy. That was the guy that Greg found. And see, when you're dealing with those type of private money lenders, you've got to start asking them questions. You need to start asking them, well, what type of returns are you getting? Why are you selling off your properties? Because sometimes your sellers can then turn around and become your investors, because your landlords especially are already trained every month to collect a check. And here's the thing. I do a lot of business, or did up until COVID. Does anybody know where Woodland Hills is? It's kind of the financial district, LA area. So I was going to a lot of conferences down there. Social media networking, business relations, all different types of conferences down there. And in fact, I met Gary and I were coming out of a building and Dave Sinise was walking in. It's kind of an interesting place to be. But the one thing I learned was going to these different conferences and talking to people, other entrepreneurs. The one thing that they all seemed to have an interest in when I talked with them about what I did was real estate. Now, the conference I was at had absolutely nothing to do with real estate, but they all wanted to know how to get into real estate. How can they invest? And then I would start talking about my deals, and I would find out, well, okay, are they a high risk person or are they a moderate risk person? If they were a moderate risk person, I started talking about the even returns that I was getting. I wouldn't scare them by talking about a 14%, or I had one development that was a commercial deal that had over 40% return. I found out where they were at on their risk level. What was the benefit they were trying to get out of it? And then I built those relationships. This is one of those people. This is Isaac. He's a private money lender, entrepreneur, speaker, really, really interesting guy. He's written a couple of books. And I met him down in Woodland Hills, California. And actually he called me up because he was recently being about 6 months ago, because he wants to get out of California. And he was looking at other markets. So he comes to
I'm an
me.
author. I've done over $500 million in transactions, but they're nothing to what she does. And I call her when I get into a jam.
So Isaac, once we start talking about real estate, doing deals and stuff, the first thing I get from him is a testimonial. So once you start doing deals with your real estate investors, you need to start getting them to give you testimonials. Now, like I said, Isaac had called me recently within the last 6 months during COVID regarding a place he's considered investing in. He has some commercial properties in Woodland Hills. He actually even has parking garages. There you go. That's another really high income producing asset is parking garages. But the reason why he came to me was because he wanted to branch out of California because he wasn't able to make the kind of returns he wanted, and he wanted to know about other markets and how to analyze those. I'm already in some of those markets. Who do you think he's going to come to? Because I'm sharing information with him to invest with. Yeah, he's also the son of the creator of Hugo Boss's clothing lines as well. So his family was an immigrant from Israel. So, but the other thing is you can't come across as desperate. You don't want all private money lenders. Write that down. And a lot of you guys are thinking, gosh, but I just want anyone's money. Here's the thing. If you're coming across as desperate when you're talking to a private money lender, do you think they want to lend you their money? Let me see. If someone comes up to you, even if it's a family member, especially a family member, desperate. Hey, I need 20 bucks. I got to have it for this. I really, really need it. Do you want to give them 20 bucks? Nope, exactly. They're annoying. Time out. Goodbye. Oh, look at the time. I got to go. It's unlikely. Absolutely. The reason is nobody likes desperation. It's a nasty ass stench. Oops, sorry, not sure if I can say that. It's a nasty stench that nobody wants anything to do with. The other thing is they're wondering why nobody else is doing this deal with you. Why are you so desperate? Why don't you have the money? Why don't you have a list of people? Here's the thing. When you're talking to private money lenders, they're applying for your services. One of the biggest things I go over during the 3-day workshop is how to talk with them. One of the things I tell you to say is, look, honestly, I don't know if you're going to be the right friend for this, financial friend for this deal. What happens when you tell somebody that I don't think you're going to be right for this deal? Does anybody like rejection? Especially before you even tell them about the deal? Takeaway. Yeah, exactly. Everybody wants to be part of the club. If you start telling them about other deals that you're doing or deals that your friends are doing, so say you've never, ever done a deal. Are there people on here who have never, ever done a deal? Yes, and here's the thing. Money is not your barrier of entry. Just because you've never done a deal doesn't mean you don't have deals that you can talk about. How many of you guys that have never done a deal know deals that other investors have done or have heard about? Yeah. Okay. Can you say, hey, these are the type of deals that my friends and I are doing, or these are the type of deals that I like to do? Let me tell you about Jack's deal and go through it. And I say, let me tell you about Jack's deal. You didn't say it was your deal. If it's Jack's deal and you're saying, let me tell you about the type of deals I like to do, did you say that was the deal you did? No, if you have a deal coming up and you say, you know, I really don't know that you'll be the right person for this deal. I mean, this is kind of like what it is, and you're already pre-selling them the deal without selling to them. None of us. Does anybody like telemarketers? Does anybody want those annoying insurance calls on your car warranty? No. How many of you, as soon as you hear that, oh, it's one of those that you click because you know it's a sales pitch. If you start talking to somebody about how awesome and how much money they're going to make, what are they thinking? It's a Ponzi scheme. It can't be that good. But the thing is, you've got to present it in such a way Yes, exactly. Start with no to get the yes. Exactly. That's what I was going to recap a little bit of too. The thing is, you've got to play hard to get. You've got to make them apply for your services. Write that down. Your private money lender has to apply for your services, because not all private money is worth it. I've had private money lenders that I've canceled the relationship and they got mad at me. They're begging to give me even more money, better rates, better everything. The thing is that if you have a private money lender that doesn't leave you alone or starts showing up unannounced on your jobs, or maybe you have a bunch of material there and they're like, oh, I've got this project, and takes your material, your private money lender is stealing from you. Your private money lender, the way I set it up, and I tell them, I said, look, you seem like you're a pretty vocal, active person. My financial friends are quiet. They're silent partners. This is how I do it. And honestly, I don't think that's going to be right for you. What happens if you tell them that I don't think that's going to be right for you? Oh, no, I can do that. So if your private money lender wants say, if their spouse wants say, I had a private money lender who, nothing against us ladies out there, but his wife was watching way too much HGTV. How many of you have seen that? And she wanted to put Carrera marble in my $600 unit, rent per month unit. It was in a multiplex because she saw it on an episode of HGTV. Well, if you're in a market that you have $600 with Carrera marble, I'm going to question that. I know you guys are expensive there, but I also know that your rentals are not $600. You're going to lose money. When you lose money, who's that private money lender going to come back to? You, because you lost the money. So if their spouse wants say, and in my tenants in common agreement in the course that I give you, it's the one that Gary and I spent thousands of dollars having our attorneys write up. We get 100% say, and I take them through that line by line. It says exactly what money they're putting in, and it says they do not get to decide what finishes goes into the building, what we set the rent rate at, if we choose to sell it, when we sell it. They do not even get to pick the selling price on it. And I'll tell them, I said, if that's not okay with you, then you're not right for me. We had a doctor friend, financial friend, came to us, wanted to be a private money lender. I gave him that. He's like, well, my brother-in-law is an attorney. Do you mind if I show it to him, my tenants in common? I said, absolutely not. I welcome it. I said, but just so you know, and we're clear, I don't change anything in my tenants in common agreement. And if it's not right for you or your attorney has some objections, this deal isn't going to work out. You know what he did? He came back to me a week later. True story. Comes back to me a week later and said, yeah, my brother-in-law, he had all these lawyer objections and stuff, but you know what? I'm good with it. Here it is. I signed. Because I told him I wasn't going to change anything. I'm not an alpha person. I'm type A, but I'm an easygoing person. So if you're one of those easygoing people, not a type A person, you gotta step up your A and take control, because you might not be getting private money lenders because you're not taking control. And that was difficult for me to do. But these people, they can be exhausting. So you want people that you know you can work with. So if like I don't work well necessarily, or I used to not work well with private money lenders that had those really strong bulldog kind of personalities that were really more aggressive. I used to be unfair and make my husband deal with them because he's been in the military and all that kind of stuff. Finally, I just got rid of them because it wasn't worth it. As Lori said, you're fired. And that's what I fired him. So the next thing you need is to build your reputation. You have to have a credibility kit. Now, a lot of you guys are saying, I've never done a deal. I know there's a few of you on here. How can I build that credibility? How can I create a track record? Take a picture of this slide. This is the outline, if you will, of your credibility. At the 3-day workshop, you're going to fill everything out and we brainstorm it so that it's tailored to you. However, and in the course, I also give you kind of the framework of it because I want you to begin your home study again before we start the 3-day workshop. But here's the thing. You start to create a track record. Maybe you have no money, but you're willing to do anything. Partner up with someone. Do the work. If you have no problems door knocking, go out and find the deal. Say, hey, I'm willing to door knock and find the deal. Will you, Mr. Investor, partner with me? Maybe you're not initially getting a 50-50 split, but if that person's putting up all the money and you're getting basically a PhD education in the house flipping business, are you willing to do that for a set fee or 25% of the profits? Just to start getting that experience, that credibility? Heck yeah. Next, you have to know your market. Even if you've never, ever done a deal, you have to know your market, because when you're talking to your private money lenders, you must be able to talk intelligently on it without going back and looking at all the facts. And here's the other thing. You know why I don't have a lot of lines and facts in my presentation? Because how many of us would glaze over if it was all about numbers? Now, I'm going to have some more numbers later on, but if it's all about numbers, they're not going to relate. So you have to start building a story about your market, not just based on facts, but say, you know what? We live in such a beautiful area. Everybody wants to come here and move because we have this gorgeous sun. I mean, you look at how beautiful today is and start talking about that and feeding in how many people, and because of that, the home prices are going up like this. Start building your story about your market. Talk about your investing strategy. And when I talk about my investing strategy, like I do tons of lease options. I buy on rent-to-owns, I do sandwich leases, cooperative leases, I sell on rent-to-own as well. When I start talking about my rent-to-own strategy, my landlording or housing providing strategy, I start telling people, it's like Pete Fortunato, for those of you guys who know who Pete is, talks about how he likes to buy nice properties in nice neighborhoods and put nice families into it. That's like, you know, mom and apple pie American dream right there. So if I have an investor that I know that's really going to speak to, I start talking about that. When I first got started investing, I was doing fix and flips. And one of the things I was telling people, what I missed about nursing was really taking care of people and helping their families through some of the worst times in their life. And then I would go into a story of why I like flipping houses in these neighborhoods, and how I would start to see, you know, town officials would start driving by in their little electric golf carts when I did near the city center, and would start taking notice of what I was doing. And all of a sudden the neighbor would start fixing up their property. They would start picking up all the junk in there. And I said, it was like this amazing transformation that the whole neighborhood was doing it. And then to me, it was like the icing on the cake was I was selling these properties to nice families that were going to take care of them. Boom, my investors like that. So I'm transforming the story and I'm explaining why I'm doing it, but I'm putting a heart behind it. A lot of times as analytical people like me, we're all about the numbers. So yeah, maybe if your investor is one of those analyticals, they just want dollars and cents. But that's only going to be a small percentage, probably less than a third of the people. They're still going to want that story. They're still going to want that feeling. And so you've got to put it in there. You got to know what market you're targeting. You can't be a jack of all trades and a master of none. You have to say, look, I'm going after these. This is my target market. This is my target sellers. This is how I structure my deal with my private money lenders. And if this isn't going to work for you, you may not be it. So the way Gary and I teach it is for our private money lenders, they give us anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 up front to find the deal and for them to then fund it 100%. And then we'll split that deal. Initially, we were doing this 50-50. How many of you would like to get paid $5,000 to $10,000 up front and stay in the deal for the back end equity? Anybody want to do that? I mean, that is golden right there. That pays for all your marketing. How many of you are having a hard time paying for your marketing? Just paying for gas. That pays for it. So when I say I want you to get paid up front, you know, you're running this like a business. And when I explain this to my private money lenders, that look, hey, I'm in a business. I got to keep the lights on. I got to get the mailings out. I got to do all this stuff. They can relate to that because now all of a sudden, I'm a business owner too. And they want to know that their money is secure with someone who is running it like a business. And then you have to identify the risks and returns. You cannot, and write this down, never, ever, ever, ever guarantee a return. Not even if it's a guaranteed set interest rate. There is no guarantee. What's happening with all the banks right now that have people on forbearance? Doesn't matter that their note says it's at 4%. Is that a guaranteed return? No. So you cannot guarantee anything. It is an SEC violation. You can say that we're expecting, or this is the typical gain we normally see. But you have to let them know or make them aware. And I'll say, look, if you're uncomfortable with real estate, markets go up and down, but you know what? Look at the stock market. What are you going to do with that paper when a market crashes? How are you going to make money on that? Are you going to wait 5, 10 years? Or with a house, hey, you know what? We bought it right. People still need a house to live in. We're cash flowing that. You know, you can flip it. You can do a group home. Like my student Greg, he rented it out or wholesaled his property to a guy who was going to do a group home with it. I had another property of mine that I rent to own because I wanted a higher return on that property because my margin was a little narrow. I rented it out to him on a rent to own because he ran group homes for kids, foster children that were about to time out of the foster care system for boys. I loved that idea because one, it spoke to me wanting to give back. He wanted to expand, didn't have the capital to expand, but on top of that, all of his employees had fingerprint clearance cards. The house was inspected by the city. He put in the fire alarms. He put in the sprinkler, the fire suppression system, all of that stuff. And when I went to my private money lender on this property, I actually increased my fees because it was that sweet of a deal and it spoke to this guy's security on that property. So, and then, yeah, I talk about featuring a sample deal. The deal does not necessarily have to be your own. When I say feature a sample deal, I'm talking about deals that you like to do. So maybe you've never done a deal before, and because I know there's quite a few of you. So instead, here's an excellent way to feature a sample deal. You're going out there looking at properties, or you're looking at deals that other investors have done. Feature their deal. You cannot say that this is your deal. You can instead say, well, typically these are the type of deals I like to do. All right. Now during the workshop, I'm going to show you exactly how you set that up. So again, you're not getting caught up in all the numbers and you're not scaring them away. Like I did initially on some of my investors, because there's certain things that you can't do or you'll scare that guy away, especially if he's never done anything in real estate or distressed properties. He thinks, oh my God, you know, I'm giving you $1 million for a house that looks like it should be condemned and torn down because he can't see past all of the nastiness. So, but as we know, as investors, the nastiness is actually where the money is. So the last takeaway I want you to get is you must take testimonials. I prefer, and this was my testimonial for Hulda. I actually bought her house. The point of testimonials, and it doesn't have to come from a buyer, doesn't have to come from a seller. It can come from someone who's ever done business with you, who knows your reputation. Heck, I know I got a couple of teachers on here from other teachers. It can come from your pastor. All your testimonial really has to do, and it needs to be short and concise, is speaking to, it's like your reference. It's speaking to who you are as a person. I prefer video testimonials. And I get, some of the millennials, and I'm sorry if there's millennials on here, have told me, well, you can buy testimonials. Well, I'm like, honey, I'll give you the phone number of the people giving me the testimonial. So you can see that they're not somebody in Bangladesh or whatever that I asked for a recording. So this is Hulda. Your testimonial has to speak to you as a person. So here's an example.
I'm here to give Maria a thank you and a great big thank you for what she did for me. There was absolutely nothing that she didn't say she would do that was not done. If you would like to work with her or buy from her, go for it because they are the best.
Is that believable? When is the opportune time to get your testimonial? Let's see somebody shaking your hand. Yeah. The best time to get a testimonial is when they're emotional and you've done exactly what you say you're going to do. When I get testimonials from students, it's right in the moment. When I get testimonials from sellers, they're like, hold up, I'll say, hey, do you have any objection just to telling me how you're feeling right now? Now, sometimes you might have to splice some of it because they'll go on. Sometimes they love you to death and they'll talk for 5 minutes. You can keep the long ones too. You can take written ones. I have ones that I've gotten from, real estate profit system students of mine, as well as sellers and my tenant buyers and stuff, where they send me a thank you card. Keep all of those in a binder. I take those clear, binder page protectors, stick them in there because it speaks to you as a person. So that's how you get those. The thing is people, they have to want to care, and this is how they care about you. Now, I know we've been going for about 90 minutes or so. We're going to go to like a quick 5-10 minute break. I mean, I need to get a little bit more water. I drink a lot when I'm, that sounded bad. I drink a lot of water when I'm presenting. So I'm going to give you guys about a 10-minute break here in a second. Now, I quickly wanted to, and I was hoping to get my desk camera set up so I could show you this. There were quite a few questions that came across 2 weeks ago when we went through the course. So I just want to quickly show you guys the course. Usually for in person, I have a whole handout I send you. Can you guys see this? Not if you can see this. Yeah, okay, great. So I printed it out on a sheet so that you can take a picture of it, know exactly what you're getting. I like this way much, much better. I'm more of a paper person than a computer person. But I wanted to be able to break down what the 5-course package for you is. And we start out with, when I talked 2 weeks ago, we talked about the Real Estate Wealth Academy, the Quick Start. That is that 5-week action plan that made SJREI that $54,000 in less than 30 days, really. It has your motivated seller systems, how you're going to start getting your business up and going, what letter to send out to what person, how are you going to market, and it gives you your blueprint. There's also something else really, really unique that I put in here is I am big on time blocking. And the reason why I'm so big on time blocking is when I got started, I was working crazy hours, day, night shifts, never having any time of my own. And what I found out is once I started blocking my schedule, and I first start out with my family. So if you're working full time, you first start with your family, then your job, and then you start plugging in the holes. And what you're going to find out is you're going to have a lot more time to do real estate than what you think you have. So I get that to you in there as well. The other thing I have on this is everything is in electronic format. And the reason being is because I'm constantly updating. That letter that I showed you, just that I went over with you, with the watermark, that is my brand new letter. If you bought my course a year ago, you wouldn't have this if it was in a paper format. Constantly updating. So now you have my letter in it that, and I hope you took a picture of that, by the way, that is giving me the 9% return. You're having my high postcard that's also getting an incredible response rate on it as well. So you get it all in an online format, but it's 100% downloadable to you, which makes a huge, huge difference because we have probably about 100 different videos. Some are long, some are really short videos in there. We have your fillable contracts. A lot of you guys get hung up on contracts and paperwork. Now, we don't have time today to go over all the paperwork, but during the 3-day workshop, which we record, and you get all the recordings for the past workshops as well, we go over all of that. The marketing, the mail merges, everything is, in there. You get, you're handling the calls, knowing what to say when your seller calls. That comes in the Quick Start. So the Quick Start is designed to get you out there doing deals. So you guys who are stuck in what I call seminar land, this is how I push you. This is how you get going. You also get your ninja negotiations. Now, I used to be afraid of negotiations because, again, I wasn't type A. I didn't like confrontation. But what I found out is when I went to those people and started reading up on negotiations, when you have the right matrix in place, when you have the right scripts and everything, when you know how to do the anchoring, when you know how to calm the schizophrenic that's going off in your head and doing the mirrorings and starting with no, little things, you start closing like 50% more deals. And it all comes down to your negotiations. So we have over 12 different negotiation strategies. Some are super stupidly simple, as I like to say. How you can negotiate on price versus terms. And here's the thing. The reason why a lot of sellers won't say yes to you is because you haven't found out how to overcome their objections. Once you know how to overcome your objections from the negotiation course, it really makes you the only logical choice. We have this 5-step prep sheet for any negotiation. So you do these 5 steps, real simple. So you're 100% prepped for when you go into your next negotiations, when you talk with your sellers. Because sometimes it's just about having a little extra preparation for that. You're also going to get the little to no money down investing. That's pretty much what today is all about. That is your rent to own. I'm sorry, not your rent to own. That is your subject twos, your reps, your seller financing, and private money. I think about half of you guys had said how you want to be able to use other people's money to fund your deals. Well, this is not only how you raise that money, but how you get paid up front. So you're not scared to make that offer. Because how many of you, honestly, are a little hesitant to make an offer even when you know it's a killer deal because of that funding issue? So this takes that away from you. You can no longer use that as your excuse. You're also going to get the wholesale training for quick cash and your option agreement. So you get your assignment contracts, you get your option agreements, you get your purchase and sales. And this afternoon, again, I'll go over my checklist. I'm huge on checklists. So you have your subject to checklist in there, your short sale checklist. All of those are in there in that fillable format. We also have the credibility kit in there, as you can see, so that you can get going and getting deals, right away, getting everything up and going. Now, I have the lease option elite as a 4th course in here. That was the course I created initially for my oldest daughter, who's legally blind. She wanted to get in real estate, and as a college student, didn't have much money to get going. So she actually interned for me for free. And that's really where I taught her the magic of buying and selling on lease options. And I teach you collaborative lease options. Honestly, when it comes to your rent to owns and making money, it's all about control. It's not necessarily about owning the property. So this course can teach you how you control the property, make money off of it without ever having to own it. If you're interested in doing Airbnbs and doing Airbnb arbitrage, this is an excellent course to get you started with that. You have my killer lease agreement. You have my rent to own templates in there. During the boot camp or the workshop, during the 3-day workshop, I show you how to set up your rent to owns so that you get buyers, not tenants in your property. There's a huge difference. How you screen them, because you want to screen, and screen some more. And how you never, ever give them equitable interest in in your property. So there's a special way you've got to set that up. You get all the checklists as well as what I like to call my killer itemized move in and move out. I'm one of the few landlords out there that will do tenant rentals. And the reason is I cracked the code on it. And the way I set up my tenant rentals, I actually get my properties back initially when I started doing this in better shape from college kids than I did from families, or better shape than when I initially gave it to these college kids. And it's all in your move in and you move out and how you set it up, and you itemize the costs and the expenses to them. And I give you my expense checklist, which is the key to doing these student rentals. And the reason why I like student rentals is because I've trained my students. They don't know that I'm the owner. None of my rentals know that I'm the owner of the property. That's key. Write that down. Never, ever, ever let your tenants know that you own the property. They just think I'm managing it. I never told them I'm managing it. I always refer to the other investor, which is my dog. I don't know, my alter ego. But the thing is when it comes to doing your rentals, you've got to have the right checklist to get the properties back in better shape. So that's really, really key to have. And then the 5th course is the real estate marketing mastery. That is the 100+ strategies for marketing for killer deals. It's literally plug and play marketing, and it's about getting it done for you. It has the marketing success drill down videos in there and audios, how you run a direct mail marketing campaign. And the secret to that is how you pull your targeted list. And here's the thing, guys. A lot of you are thinking, marketing, direct mail is old school. You're texting, you're doing all this stuff. Here's the thing. How many emails are you getting a day? 100? 150? Anybody like me can get over 200 emails a day? Or I have a ton of property. Do you know how many text messages I get from other investors on my properties? Do you know how many I respond to? 0. So you think, well, you're not motivated. Not necessarily. Some of those properties I even paused on a couple of them this past year. I thought, do I want to get rid of them? I would respond to someone's direct mail first. I will open up their direct mail. Why am I responding to direct mail before emails and texts? I get so little direct mail. You know, a few years ago, we would get this massive stack of direct mail, right? Anybody remember when literally you had a stack like this of junk mail? The other day, I went to my mailbox. I had 5 letters in it and you know, the flyer from the local grocery store. Direct mail works. It is not dead. I have also in this marketing mastery course, what you need is to have the right message to the market you're going after. So that's why I have, gosh, probably 20 some different letters in here. I have your yellow letters. I have your probate marketing, and I have your hidden market. You have to have the right message, and that's part of the key and why I'm so successful at direct mail marketing, to go after that customer. Here's the thing. You never want to send a yellow letter to a probate. Why? Because they're going to look at this and they're like, next, throw it away. They're grief-stricken. You have to have a specialized letter that you're sending to a probate. Likewise, would you send a probate letter saying, I'm sorry for your loss, to somebody who's getting a divorce? Of course not. That would be silly. So you've got to have the right letter for that. It's called the right message to the market you're going after. I give you all that. I give you the, I have one right in front of me. I give you your call script. So it's your intake form. So when the seller calls, actually I have one I was doing earlier today, right here. So it's the same stuff I use. So when they call you, you know what information to write down. So you get all that. So you can immediately start thinking of options to do with that property. You know if they're motivated or not. That's also true, because you want the highest quality response rate. You just don't want responses. You want the highest quality response rate. And you want it all in a fillable, downloadable format. And see, I'm on the go a lot. And the thing I like about this being online is that one day I was on, got a call from that seller of mine, Joe. I had to quickly go meet him. I just had my tablet with me, or actually even your phone you can do it on. And I was able to bring up the forms right from the site, fill them out, electronically sign it, and send it over to my title company. I know some people use title attorneys. I know you guys usually use title companies. And open up escrow and start the process going on that. You don't have to have all the paper stuff with you with this. So we had talked before about how initially the cost on all of this, because these are 5 complete courses. They're not separate courses. They all go together. And the reason why I do them as a 5-course system or package is because you have to know how to market in order to get those sellers calling you. And you have to have negotiations in order to be able to start creating those deals and getting that seller to say yes to you. I mean, everybody wants the seller to say yes to them. You also have to have the negotiation skills to get the private money lenders and how you talk with your private money lenders. So again, you get them to give you the money up front. One feeds into the other. Now, can you do different ones, different sections? Absolutely. But that's why I did it as a 5-course system. Now, obviously, you know, Lori and I are great friends. We've known each other for a while now. We've been in other masterminds together. So the price for you guys is not going to be $4,297. Again, people are struggling right now. So instead, well, usually I have a paper and you guys cross it out. Instead, we're going to cross that out. And for the SJREI, it is just a one-time payment of only $12.97. And that is for the life of the course. I never, ever charge you an annual fee, a membership fee. That would be ridiculous. I hate that crap. I don't like that. So it's one time, only $12.97 for all 5. Now, the other thing that I haven't even had a chance to talk about today is I told you, my mission this year is to get people out there and doing more deals, getting them out of seminar land, getting them comfortable. So part of that is we've decided to offer 3 lifeline calls. Those are 3 lifeline calls with me directly. We set them up. You schedule the appointment. We set it up. We talk. And that's for me to help you out. Now, when you come to the 3-day workshop, which is the 3rd bonus that I'm gifting you with, we can go over, what's not working in your market or whatever. But between now and maybe March, you get your marketing going and you get a deal and you don't know how to structure it. We can set up that call and I can help you actually structure it, tell you how to negotiate, how to create that deal. Or if you don't think there's a deal there and somebody else like, oh, there should be a deal here, you can call me up and I can say, well, actually, yeah, you could do this as a group home. This is how you find somebody to wholesale it to who wants a group home, or different strategies like that. So this is the call that actually made SJREI really her $54,000. This is the call that also helped Ben, my other student, in Kansas City, Missouri, get more deals, because he went from doing 0 deals per month to literally making $2 million in his first year in real estate. I'm also giving you the fix and flip wealth builder bonus. And I got my start as fixing and flipping. I know a lot of people want to fix and flip. There's a lot of money to be made in fix and flip. There's also a lot of money to be lost in fix and flip if you're not doing it right. Here's the thing. If you don't know how, like I have a building that we're putting 10 new windows in. If you don't know how much the cost, the installation on each window is going to cost you, that's 10 windows that you could be overcharging. If you think it's going to cost you $200 per window, which by the way is ridiculous, it should only cost you no more than $75 to install each window. How much money did you just lose? Instead of paying $750 for 10 windows, you may have just paid $1,000. Or if it was $200 per window, you just paid $2,000 for install on something that shouldn't have cost you more than $750. So we go over that in the Fix and Flip Wealth Builder course, as well as during the 3-day boot camp. I'm giving you all of my inspection forms. So literally, it's a checklist. Again, I'm big on checklists. It takes you through the property, ABCs 1, 2, 3. So if you've never walked a property, like SJREI never walked a property before, it just shows you how you can walk the property like you're a home inspector. I actually have a student of mine whose husband's a home inspector, and they love it. They can't believe how great that form is. You're going to get how to flip the properties, what wow factors to put in, what you're going to be totally wasting your money on, and what you never want to do, and how you can make your property one of the top money-making properties. Your property analysis forms, the purchase and sales contracts are all in there, as well as your scope of work. Here's where most of you are failing on your fix and flips. You don't have a scope of work that you're giving to each contractor. The other thing you're doing wrong is you're not doing change orders, you're not doing double lien releases. I'm going to show you why you must have a double lien release, because without one, especially now, you will lose money, and guess what? They'll get it to you when you go to sell that property. So there's certain things that you must have, because what you don't know can hurt you. We're also including 2 tickets for you and a spouse, for you and a business partner, to our 3-day live immersion workshop. That is 3 days. The next one's going to be March 12th, 13th, and 14th in Phoenix, Arizona. It'll be in the East Valley, and I'll be sending out that information next week on that one, because we just, it looks like, got ourselves tied up at the Hilton. We will be doing social distancing and all that kind of stuff there as well. After that, it's in Milwaukee, June 18th, 19th, and 20th, and then October 22nd, 23rd, and 24th in Philadelphia. These are places I picked because they're generally inexpensive. Yes, I realize March is spring training in Phoenix. However, Our hotel rate, you can still get for less than $130 or right around $130. We're not paying $200, $300, $400 for a hotel room per night. We don't do that. Again, I negotiate it. But all these places are easy to fly in. Multiple, planes per day from your area in California that can go into Phoenix, Milwaukee, Philadelphia, other things to be doing as well when you're there. Now, during the workshop, this is going to be your building block for your investing success. You're going to get the 100 marketing strategies. You have that in the system as well. But we're going to go over, we're going to hone what are going to be your 3. You're going to create your success plan, your business strategy, or your investing strategy. A lot of investors, even if they've only done 1 or 2 deals, the reason why they're failing in their investing business is because they haven't developed their business strategy or their investing plan. So you're going to do that. We're going to help you create your ATM pipeline for the properties to create massive passive income that you can spend. You're going to get the leads coming in. We're going to build your investing team. I haven't even had a chance to talk about that today, but who should be on your investing team to help increase your success and your profitability? How to become financially independent, one house at a time. I have students that love their job. One of my students is in Detroit, Michigan. He's a car designer. He doesn't want to quit his job, but he does want to become financially independent when he retires in the next few years. He knows that his pension and all that stuff is not going to be enough to live off of. And for some of these guys whose pensions took a hit this past week, they're scared. The stock market takes a dump. You have a rental that's still paying you. There's so many different things you can do. And this is how you get your exponential growth through your subject twos, your wraps, which we're going to talk about today. We'll go into lease options and seller and buying on options as well. And then how to create the best tenants and minimize your turnover. My long-term rentals, my tenants stay in that, not my student rentals, but those tenants stay in there 6, 7+ years. And I'll show you how I do that while we're increasing their rent. So really, and then the last thing we'll go over is your $1 million negotiation phrases during that 3-day workshop. The other thing that I have for you guys is that bonus box. A lot of you guys respond how you loved that bonus. Let me see if I have a picture of it. Again, this is what I call that COVID action bonus. And this is, I call it your COVID no excuse to get up and doing deals. This has everything. So if you are somebody who wants everything, concrete in paper, you don't necessarily want to go to a course, or that's there, but you still like that feel of stuff. This is what, oops, I'm dropping stuff. This is what's going to get you up and going instantly. So I'm including a yellow pad. As I said, this is your no excuse bonus. This is your yellow pad for making your offers, for writing your yellow letters, for driving for dollars. You've got to have a yellow pad. Why am I giving you a yellow pad? It sounds stupidly silly. But how many of you, if I tell you to go get a yellow pad, you're going to go out right now and go get a yellow pad? Hardly anyone. And I've learned this from coaching people time and time again. Only maybe 5 or 10% of the people take action right away. Well, I'm taking that action away from you and giving it to you. So again, no excuses for not doing it. You're going to be also getting your weekly to-do list. So again, when you're creating this, remember, marketing is also about consistency. This is how you get consistent. It has your weekly goal planning, your monthly goal planning, your action steps. I'm giving you 2 right there in there of my yellow letters. I don't have it here, but it's in there. Plus your appointment checklist. A lot of you guys, in experienced investors too, you don't know what to take with you on your appointments. So I created an appointment checklist so you know you've got to bring your yellow pad. You know you need to bring your purchase and sales agreements. You know you need to have at least 2 or 3 good solid comps to bring with you. So it takes you through everything. You need to take your call script. So when the seller calls you in, you know everything about their property. So I put everything on there. The appointment checklist tells you to take the 50 or 70 photos of the property so you remember what it looks like and you can log those photos. It has everything in there step by step. The other thing that you're going to get is a tablet. It's actually a tear off. tablet. It's pages that are two-sided. And this is your tablet for your property lead call report. So you don't have to go into the course and print them out. I'm giving you a tablet of them right here. It's glued at the top. You tear it off when you're done, or you can keep them all on one and have all of your calls when the sellers are calling you on one place and take this on your appointment. So again, I'm type A and I'm all about doing things the right way and maximizing your success. The second thing is, or the next thing is going to be your 3 offer sheet or your proposal. The reason why some of you are not getting your offers accepted is because you're not writing them down clearly with the seller. Honestly, sometimes they confuse you as well. You take this with you, you put your offer number 1, number 2, number 3. I teach you how to do a hybrid offer that you write down here. You sign it, date it, leave it with the seller. Here's what the thing about this is you can pull the top copy off on this pad here and, oops, let me see if you guys see it. I know I'm obscured, but you'll get a yellow copy, which is hard to see. So it's a tablet that has the yellow copy. The reason why I do that is I have so many students, and myself, I was like that. I would go and leave an offer, and then I would take this little phone and I would take a picture of it. And by the end of the day, sometimes weeks, I would have all these different offers. It's easier for me to file it or to keep it if it's all in one place. And I have a copy of the offer I'm making. So that's a huge value to you as well. Plus, it puts it in a simple, easy follow, because your seller might say no to you because they don't understand your offer. This will help them to understand it. You're going to get the Real Estate Investor Insider Action Guide. This is a supplemental workbook that goes with the course. It's to help you with your marketing. It's to help you with your negotiations. It goes over structuring creative deals in there as well. So it is literally, and it is bound. It's a bound book. This is the actual book right here. I'll print it up for you guys. And I have pages in there where you can write it on, take notes. All of that stuff is in there. It's all explained. I have things like sandwich leases, all that great stuff in there. You will be getting for you newer investors, we have certain terms. You're going to get basically a real estate investor book of terms in there. If you have another term that maybe you're at the workshop and you don't know what that term is, you write it down, ask the question, you can fill in that new vocabulary in there, because there's certain vocabulary. Not everybody knows what an ARV is, after repair value. Not everybody knows what MAO is, maximum allowable offer. It's all in here, so you never have to feel like, I don't know all this lingo. So I put that in there. And it used to be this stuff you only got when you came to the workshop, and it was like downloadable and different stuff. Now it's downloadable as well as you get the hard copy of it. You're going to get my Real Estate Wealth ATM card. This is your USB. This also has your marketing on it. Why USB and not CDs and DVDs? If you're like me, you don't have a DVD player. You don't even have a CD drive in your computer, but we all have USBs, or we have an adapter for micro USBs. This plugs right in. You can keep this with you. It has an audio for your marketing, so you can plug it into your car and listen to it while you're driving. You can maximize your time. This also has an ebook on it. Your 7 strategies to find motivated sellers without having to cold call. So these are 7 simple, easy to do strategies that if you're an introvert, which I actually am an introvert, you can simply do these without having to get outside your comfort zone. Now, in real estate, it is a people business. You will have to eventually talk to people, but I can at least help you get those leads coming in now, which is what you need. The other thing is your I Buy Houses buttons. This is a huge game changer for me. I call this my $10,000 big, ugly yellow button. I give you 2 of them. Why do I call this my $10,000 ugly button? This button right here, I Buy Houses, made us $10,000 on a deal when I wore it to a post office. Everybody has problems. People are not going to come up to you and say, hey, I got problems. You want to hear about it? without having some cue. However, everybody knows somebody who's having a problem. They'll start talking when they say, oh, you buy houses. Tell me about that. I gave this to my student, Misha. Misha found a deal the very next day. These buttons work. I have students who have their spouse wear it. They wear it to Little League games, you name it. I have students that put it on their purse, the strap, so it's there when they're at the grocery store. It's sitting right there. Everybody wants to know about buying houses, but other people will come up to you and say, God, you know, I wish somebody would buy this house for my neighbor. The person was just put in an assisted living or a nursing home and the house is just sitting there vacant. Oh, tell me about that. You just got a lead. And what do you know about that person? They're in a nursing home. They have to sell the house, all this stuff. My neighbor, they're getting a divorce. Oh my gosh, she's got to sell this house. I don't know how she's going to sell this property. It's so distressed and ugly. Oh, really? Well, tell me about that. This is a conversation starter and it will make you tens of thousands of dollars. So I give you 2 of those as well. Now, I know that there's a link because we're doing this all remotely. What you can do is you can either go to the SJREI homepage and click on the link for the course, or you can go to and type in sjrei.com/Maria, all lowercase, and that will also bring you up to the order page. Just fill that out, and as soon as I get back from Lori, which they're really good at getting me information as who's investing in the course, and again, you're getting all of this for just $12.97. I will get you immediate access, and that's the benefit to doing this virtually versus in person. I will also be sending out these bonus boxes. I'm hoping Monday, so as soon as I get your addresses. So make sure, you know, it's the address that you want us to ship it. If not, send us a note, let us know. I'm hoping to get them all out on Monday. The problem is we're supposed to get about a foot of snow Sunday night, so it may not get out until Tuesday. But either way, I'll be shipping those out to you, and they all come in a box like this. So you're going to get the actual box with everything that I just showed you in there. You're also going to be getting the pens that I have there in there as well, because again, this is my COVID no excuse action back. I don't want to hear that you don't have a highlighter to highlight the important things. I don't want to hear you don't have a black pen to do your bandit signs, or you don't have a red pen to do your yellow letters, or a pen to take notes with, whatever. I'm giving you everything you need to get started and be successful in this box and with the course, because I want you to start going out there and doing deals. So I will hang on here, and if anybody has any questions, go ahead and ask the questions. Otherwise, we'll take a quick 10-minute break or so, and then when we come back, we'll start going into negotiations and doing a little bit more. Again, this is everything that's included today for just $12.97, including the 3 Lifeline calls. Any questions? Do I have anything about anything we've gone over, or you want to make sure I cover as well? So if we don't have any questions, what I need you guys to do now is click on the link that Jeff put in the chat box. We'll take a quick break. Let's see, it is, well, my time, it's 2:08, so your time, is it 2:08 my time? Yeah, I guess it is. So your time, it's probably, where, you guys 3 hours difference, around 11:08. Okay, so why don't we take a quick 10-minute break, and then when we get back at 11:18, I guess, we'll call it 11:20. We'll start going into negotiations. Does that sound good with everybody? Fantastic,
good,
yay. All right, and if you have any questions, put them in the chat box. Otherwise, I'll see you back in a little bit. All right, we're going to get started here. We have a lot to still go over with today, and only a little bit of time to go over it. So the next thing we are going to be, oops, probably getting my slide to work, to talk about is going to be your negotiations. And here's the thing, somebody was asking me with what I just showed them with private money. And I don't remember if I showed you guys my friend, oops, I think Lori, you're on. I'm gonna mute Lori. One of you guys messaged me and you were asking me about, you know, California. Do I have people in California that do this? Isaac was from California, my student Jody. This is SJREI. He is a spiritual healer. In former life, he was actually a, and I know I'm going to screw this up because I don't pay much attention to baseball. Sorry, I know it's supposed to be the all-American sport. He was a professional baseball player. I do not know for how long, but he came to me, again, I met him at a different event, and he wanted to help revitalize the community. He had his church or his pastoral ministry, I guess, around in the Los Angeles area. And his thing is he didn't have the money to do it. And he was very passionate about giving back to the community, and, you know, with all the blighted properties and different things. And as you guys know, in California, even blighted properties get very, very expensive. And SJREI's thing was that he didn't think, and here you have a guy who was a professional baseball player, had all these contacts and stuff. He didn't know the first thing about private money lenders and, you know, using other people's money. And instead he went the route most people go, because you don't know what you don't know. And that was to go to banks and stuff. Well, most banks, one, don't want to necessarily invest in a nonprofit, and two, don't necessarily want to go buying rundown properties and stuff unless there's some commercial or all this upside to it, but it's still kind of scary to them. So I talked with SJREI, got on a Lifeline call with him, and I said, what is your following? What is your ministry? And we started going through the tools that he literally already had. What were his assets and his strengths? And what I found out was he had this huge following. And I guess I shouldn't say huge, but he had a pretty good following. And I said, you know what, reach out to those people that you're the spiritual leader of. And he had a radio show and stuff like that. And I guarantee you are going to get more people wanting to throw private money at you than you're not going to even know what to do with. And sure enough, and I said, you need to tell them a story. You need to start appealing to them and what are the good things that your ministry is doing and how you want to expand on that. And the same relates. A lot of you guys say, well, I'm not a spiritual leader. I don't have, I said, the same relates when you're talking to many of your private money lenders about letting them know the good things that their money will do in terms of revitalizing neighborhoods. You know, the money that you're going to spend on those properties to, you know, fix them up, put, you know, good families in them with good paying jobs and that kind of stuff. Well, SJREI started doing that, and that really spoke to a lot of the people in his ministry. And he didn't even realize that some of these people had the type of money that they had. And that's the thing, is that you don't know until you start talking to people and getting passionate about what it is. I think Margie said, God, Maria, you're so enthusiastic about this. And I am. It's because I love what I do. I love helping other people. Somebody else had reached out to me in the 2 weeks in between this and asked me, you know, if I'm making, you know, I'm doing real estate, why am I teaching other people? Aren't they competitors? And I said, you know, teaching other people to succeed in real estate, not make costly mistakes. I just helped prevent one of my students from making a huge mistake in Texas because of what's going on in the oil industry there. He was almost going to lose hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I said, that to me is huge. That speaks to me of teaching people, helping them to accomplish their dreams, creating that life of their dreams. And that's why I also like investing in real estate, because I'm helping these families, some of whom never thought they could become a homeowner, have a home of their own, a home they didn't think they could afford. And that's huge to me. Meanwhile, revitalizing communities and doing all this other stuff. I love doing my properties and putting group homes in them, especially for foster kids, because these are kids that, you know, otherwise they just don't have much of a chance. And when I can do it with somebody else who, you know, is running it right and is going to take care of my property, that's a win-win. I mean, we've got to make money on this. And what I'm hoping I'm doing is opening your eyes up to all the different ways you can make money. So the next thing we're going to talk about is going to be your negotiations. Let me make sure my clicker works. And here's the thing with negotiations. You need to know how to negotiate like a Jedi Master. And one of the things I say about negotiations is, and I can't stress this enough, you make the majority of your profits during your negotiations. It doesn't matter if it's for a car. I mean, my daughter, who's legally blind, helped her fiance negotiate his car and literally saved him over, and it was a new used car, saved him over $6,000 by telling him basically, honey, I got this, let me negotiate for you. And sat there, and here's this poor sales guy having to deal with my blind daughter negotiating her fiance's car, but got him a $6,000 discount. The same can be said. We teach our students all the time, medical debt can be huge. One of the things I teach my tenants and my students is how you can actually negotiate down your medical bills for huge discounts. Yeah, I've done it on my own. My son Marco there, he had to have an operation, and the insurance company wasn't going to cover like over $2,000 of it. We negotiated that bill down to $150. Yeah, sure. Could I have paid the $2,000? Yeah. Did I want to? No. Same with my daughter. So she had an operation. My eldest daughter had an operation. And lo and behold, she's like $4,000 short for this operation. And she's standing there, and they won't do the operation unless they have payment in full because their insurance didn't cover it. I got her right there at the spot to negotiate a 50% discount on that operation right there. So there's so many things you can do with your negotiations that don't even relate to real estate. It can help you, for instance, I use my negotiations to foster a better relationship with my kids, especially, I hope my son's not listening to this because he's 14, especially my 14-year-old son, because as a parent, your kids don't think you get that you get them. And this has been huge with some of these techniques, and using emotional empathy and all this kind of stuff has really helped build better relationships between my husband and I, us and our children, as well as friends and other people. So you can use these strategies with anything. We go obviously more into that during the 3-day workshop than we can here. But I like to show people like where I got some of my negotiations from. I'm one of those people that's very transparent, and I always like to acknowledge those people who have helped me out along the way. This is 6 of those guys. One of them is no longer with us. That's my son, Marco, there. And the reason why I'm showing you this is because you might just have a real estate investing addiction or need a support group if you plan your C-section around a real estate conference. This was, oops, I think somebody is unmuted. This was The Legends of Real Estate. This is my son, Marco. He was also premature too when he was born, but he's about 3 weeks old there. That's Jimmy Napier. Jimmy Napier is one of the guys who taught me a lot about telling a story in my negotiations and how you negotiate. And one of the best things he's ever told me, and this is something I want a lot of you investors to take away, is be a don't wanter. There's no property that you have to have so bad, because when you become a wanter, the seller knows it, your private money person knows it, and you lose a ton of money. The other guys there are Clyde Wilson, Dyke Spotiford's next to him, John Schaub, Pete Fortunato, who is excellent. If you ever get a chance, he taught me a ton, honestly, about creative deal structure. I was doing some stuff, and then he took me literally to the PhD level. Amazing person. But they all have taught me something about negotiations. The other thing is I'm read a lot. And the reason why I read so much is I found when I was researching high net worth people and people who run real successful companies and just, do tremendously well, they all read. They read every day. Well, one of the books I read a while ago was by this guy here. And if you haven't heard of it or haven't read it, I highly recommend it. He's actually in California. That's Chris Voss. He's a former FBI hostage negotiator, wrote the book, Never Split the Difference. I was actually in his mastermind in California. You pay a ton of money to be in this mastermind. And, I'm in it with, and that's why once you start really being successful, you always need to reinvest in your business and in yourself. So I was in this mastermind with Chris Voss that he was doing. I had people who owned major sports teams in there. And again, it opens you up. We talked about private money lenders. It opens up to more opportunities to do more deals. So Chris Voss taught me a lot about emotional anchoring, emotional empathy, which was something that I learned a lot. And I do a ton of it in my negotiations to really help uncover what your seller's needs are. I was already doing some of that, just because as a nurse, that's what I was doing, but I didn't have a label for it and I didn't have a system to put it together. That I have now. The other thing is Jim Camp was awesome. His book, I Know, and Roger Dawson's another one. So there's a lot of great guys out there to learn from. But here's the thing, in business, you don't get what you deserve, you get what you negotiate. And last time, 2 weeks ago, we talked about starting with no. This is probably my number one negotiation strategy. And the reason being is, oh good, John and Megan both said yes, reading that book now. It is awesome. I have read Chris Voss's book, as well as I probably have read his book so many times. I mean, the pages are worn, and being in his mastermind and other stuff has just helped me out tremendously. But Jim Camp is big on no. A lot of people equate it to Chris Voss. Is actually, I think a lot of the stuff you'll see that Chris Voss does, he puts it in a great framework in his book. But if you read Jim Camp, Roger Dawson, some of those other guys, you'll also see it in their books as well. But I think Chris does a much better job explaining some of it. Anyhow, with starting with no, the problem with most of you guys and most real estate investors is, and I don't care if you're a new guy or you're flipping volume. Most investors, we go in there because we want a yes. Tell me if I'm wrong, guys. If any of you are going in there because you want that seller to say no to you and don't want the property, I find that really hard to believe. We go in there with yes in mind. And that's what's getting you into trouble, because you go in there being needy and you go in there without thinking about how can you help the seller and if there is even a deal to be had. So instead, I literally want you to start every negotiation with no. And I love the scene in Jim Carrey's movie, Yes Man. See if he'll play. No. You need to be the no man when you're going into your negotiations. And I know this sounds silly, but as I told you guys the story about Ben last time during that 90-minute talk I had with you guys, Ben, and he's only 25 in this video. He came to me 23 years old, was supposed to go to medical school, decided he didn't want to go to med school, was actually accepted, decided instead he wanted to go to work for corporate America. Because, on those shows on the cable networks or whatever, corporate America looks so sexy, so much action, so much everything. And it's like, no. Didn't take him long to figure out that it sucked. So he invested in the real estate profit system courses. And Ben's a speed reader. And in corporate marketing school, you know, they taught him his marketing, being consistent, all that stuff. They have all these classes that they take him through in those Fortune 100 companies and that kind of stuff. And he got really good at his marketing, had tons of leads coming in, got really good at going off on appointments. Here's the other thing. In the sales training in these corporations, they also do negotiations. And the problem with that is they're often teaching, and I gotta move around, guys. I feel like I'm in front of an audience, even though I'm kind of, anyhow. The problem with what they're teaching, most of these sales teams just simply don't work. It's the old sales, pushy negotiation stuff. I mean, think of it when you get the call for, you know, your car warranty, or when you're sitting down in front of most car salespeople. And I hate to pick on them. I actually have friends that are them, but it's the techniques that nobody wants to deal with. And why is that? It's because we're going in hot and heavy, trying to pull a yes out of somebody. It's like that 3 yeses will get them to a commitment kind of BS. And Ben called me up on a Lifeline call because he was like about 30 days into the course. He's going out on all of these appointments. If you come to my 3 days, sometimes he's there. And not getting any deals. And he's meeting with sellers. I mean, he's having 5, 6, 7 appointments a week, which is huge when you're starting out, because he got so consistent with his marketing. He uses the same sales letter, the same postcard, everything. And he wasn't getting a deal. So he's super frustrated. So we're going over what's wrong with him. And I can just feel he's angry. Like, this isn't working, Maria. And I said, well, okay, we've talk to me about your negotiations. I'm like, what did you learn from the course? What don't you think? He's like, well, I didn't even read that. I'm like, well, why not? He's like, well, I did corporate negotiations. I'm a negotiator. I said, really? Well, as I'm talking with them, they're teaching them how to go in that hot and heavy, get them to yes, pushy kind of stuff. And I finally said, Ben, no offense, but you kind of come across a little sleazy, like, you know, kind of douchey kind of thing. I wouldn't want to deal with you. The yeses that you're getting are false yeses, because they want you out the door and out of their life. And I know every experienced investor has had to deal with a false yes at one point or another. Let's be honest. And I'm not embarrassed to admit it. And the reason being that you got the false yes is because either they didn't like you and didn't want to deal with you and just knew that yes, what else is there afterwards? They want you out. No is a decision you can talk about. So write that down. No is a decision you can talk about. And I had to tell Ben, no is not the end of the negotiations. Once he made that little 2mm shift, as they say, it literally blew the doors off his investing. He went at 23 years old, and I didn't realize this. He put the course, everything on his American Express card, because he just hated his life so bad. It's like Misha, I asked her, what propelled you to take action? And Ben probably said it best when he said, when your life is so miserable or so depressing that the whole idea of not moving forward, not taking action, is actually worse than staying in your current position. And I was like, wow, that says a lot, you know, when you'll literally do almost anything to get out of your situation. And that's where he was. So Ben, just by making that shift, went from doing 0 deals per month to averaging 8 deals per month. And his average deal was about $22,000. He wholesaled one, he kept the low-hanging fruit, and then, you know, flipped the others. And then we started doing the creative stuff so he could hold more without using, you know, painful pop on them. So literally he made almost $2 million before he was even 25 years old. Now in this picture, yeah, he looks like 32 years old, I think. And that's because you guys, a lot of guys grow these beards. Otherwise he's kind of baby-faced. But here's Ben.
Hi, my name is Ben, and I'm a real estate investor in Kansas City, Missouri. I just wanted to take a quick second to give a shout out to Maria Giordano. I went through Maria's program about a year ago, and before finding her, I'd spent a lot of money on investing and learning about investing. And the only thing I could say is I wish I would have found her sooner. She did more to accelerate my real estate career than any investment I've made. The main reason is her program. It's structured in a way that kind of walks you through every step of the real estate investing process. And it really addressed almost all of the fears that I had about real estate investing. And kind of got me off the ground to doing deals. And if you're looking for somebody who's a reliable coach or a reliable mentor, or just wanting to learn from someone who's been there and done it in the industry multiple times, I would highly recommend Maria. She's taken me from 0 deals a month to right now I'm averaging 8 deals a month, and I couldn't be more thrilled with how my life's changed. So thank you, Maria.
Now here's the thing. Ben has other plans. He's 25. This is his deal board behind him. Last summer, not this summer, last summer, he took 3 months off because he had a bucket list to travel Europe, backpack through Europe. His father, who's a physician, could only meet him for 10 days in Italy and had to go back and see patients. Ben, unlike his friends that went to med school, he'd be a second-year med student right now, is made $2 million before the age of 25 and paid off his college debt from his undergrad. These guys are going to be graduating, if they're lucky, making $200,000 to $300,000 a year with over $200,000 in debt. I think Ben's father doesn't have a problem with it. Thankfully, his father was, brave enough to let Ben follow his gut, follow his dream. But then we put that system in place so Ben doesn't have to have the business run him. He runs the business, and it runs without him ever even being there. So here's, his deal board behind him. So, but it was literally just getting used to that no, not being afraid of no. So I want you to write this down. Do not be afraid of no. Unless you get a no from that seller, how are you going to be able to overcome their objections? How are you going to know what doesn't work for them? So write this down. When you're presenting a deal for them and you can see, or you can sense that, hey, this deal isn't going to work for them, ask them, it sounds like this isn't going to work for you. What are your objections? Label that right off the bat. Don't hide from it. Don't let it be that elephant in the room, because if it's that white elephant in the room that doesn't get addressed, you're not going to get the deal. You've got to do that. I mean, what's the worst that happen? They say no, and then you ask them, do you have any objections to tell me why? Or would you mind, or would you be opposed to telling me why this isn't going to work for you? Believe it or not, they will respond. So the second thing I want to teach you about negotiations, this is my negotiating strategy number 3. It's called extreme anchoring. And this is why we anchor. We use it to set sellers' expectations. We set up for owner financing or a lower offer. And for you guys who want to wholesale, or you want to fix and flip, where you have to get that property below, say, 70 cents on the dollar minus repairs. Believe it or not, I'm picking up properties in high traffic areas, in high seller markets for 50 cents on the dollar minus repairs. It's because of my anchoring. It's because of my deal structure. So you've got to know how to do this. It resets the other side's perception or expectations and moves your negotiation to the midpoint. How you can offer less and get the seller to take it without ruining your rapport or seeming like a greedy investor. In fact, I even call that out. I do what's called an accusations audit as well. And I said, look, I get it. You probably hate dealing with investors by now. In fact, I probably just seem like another greedy investor. They now start saying, oh, no, that's not what I'm thinking about you. And now they have just overcome my objection. They believe what they're saying. If they're telling us, oh, no, that's not what I think of you. They've just put that in their mind. They've said it. The other thing is, you're saying an extreme low anchor is like having your seller watch their vision or expectations disappear in front of their eyes. So you've got to be able to set it up. Most investors get this part wrong, and that is why they fail to close more deals. And that is why you're honestly going to irritate more sellers. So first, you must anchor your seller emotionally, and it lets the seller know just how bad your offer is going to be. I tell them out. I said, look, you're going to hate me. I'm dashing there. So I'm telling them up front, you are going to hate me. I can't give you anywhere near what you want. And I'll tell you in a minute why I do that. See, the other objection I get from a lot of students and other investors is, this isn't going to work on the type of properties I do. I do commercial. I do land. I do ground up construction, multifamily. I build, you know, whatever it is, fill in the blank. Here's the point. It works on every single type of negotiations. It works on my kids. My kids, unfortunately, have heard me speak on negotiations a little too much. They actually anchor me to tell me how bad something's going to be because my mind's going to go to the bottom to get what they want. The other day, my daughter hit a trash bag going down the freeway, the 101 in Phoenix, Arizona. It was monsoons. They got, like a lot of people, you know, part of California got, you know, 5 feet of snow, I guess. Arizona got snow, sleet, rain, everything. She, of course, is getting off of work and having to drive home. Hits a trash bag. Damages a tire, damages, what is the first thing she does? Is she sets me up to how bad everything. So by the time I find out, we're talking about a $50 tire she needs me to buy. I'm like, oh my God, thank God you didn't get killed, spin out. The car didn't break an axle. Cause she's like, Mom, I think it might be the axle. It's this or that. She's taking me through the worst case scenario. So it works on everything from individual contact with your family to negotiating with your sellers. The point is when you start anchoring them, you build curiosity. And that is how you start to be like Dr. Strange here and bend people's reality. You see, you have to emotionally anchor them to how bad your offer is going to be. And then when you do it right, the seller is expecting your offer to be far worse than what it actually is. Think about it. If someone says, oh my God, say you want to buy a car and you're dealing with a seller and the seller says to you, oh, I don't think this is the car for you. It's really, really expensive. And so your mind suddenly went to, oh my God, this pot to some price way up here. So if you're thinking it's going to be like $10,000 and the seller's offering it to you at $8,000, all of a sudden you're thinking, wow, what a crazy discount this is. Same with your seller. If you say, oh man, you're going to hate me. I can't give you anything near what you want. They're going to go to the way bottom part. So the additional benefit to this is it helps to prevent you from going straight to your maximum offer. Some of you guys get crazy, crazy anxious. And because of that, you go straight to the max you can actually pay for a property, and then you run out of money. You can't be doing that. So this helps also anchor you to your lower offer. It makes you seem more reasonable when presenting your offer, and it gives you plenty of room to negotiate on price or terms or something else. So one of my very first seller finance deals I did this with was Dawn and Faye, Phoenix, Arizona, or Tempe, Arizona, excuse me. They had a property, and I find out that she was a broker, you know, accountant, all of this kind of stuff. And I'm thinking, oh my God, she's got other properties. She knows real estate. Her property needed almost nothing. We're talking like $5,000, maybe some carpet, a couple of fans, whatever. And of course, every buyer wants what, guys? Type in the chat box. All cash, right? Every buyer, first thing, I gotta have all cash. First thing out of my mouth is, and she knows the market, I have my comms, everything. First thing out of my mouth to her, and I was nervous, is I'm saying, oh God, Faye, I can't give you anywhere near what you want. You're gonna hate me. I don't wanna tell you my offer. What happens when you say to people, I don't wanna tell you my offer? They wanna know what your offer is, right? They're gonna say, okay, that's fine, don't worry about it. No. If anybody says, I got a secret, but I can't tell you, you want to know what that secret is. Same thing in your negotiations. So when I'm talking to Don and Faye and I'm telling them, look, I can't do this, you're going to hate me, you're going to throw me out, all that stuff. First thing is no. And I said, okay, Faye, well, you've got to promise me that when I tell you my offer, because it's not what you want, you're not going to get angry. I'm like, no, I'm not going to get angry. You're not going to throw me out, yell, any of this stuff. And I literally did that verbatim. Once I did that to her and I got their approval, are they going to get mad? No, I just told them how bad it was going to be. So when I gave her my final offer, which wasn't anywhere near, she gets quiet, looks at it, and then looks up at me. And I'm like, okay, here it comes. She's going to explode. Did she explode? No. Amazing thing happened. She said, you know, Maria, It's not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. We were more than $80,000 apart. To me, that was like the Grand Canyon. And the reason why I gave her such a low offer was I had this other problem. Even if she accepted my low ball offer, which I think was like $95,000 for this property, I didn't have the money to close. But I knew if I got it at that price and that big of a steal, I could wholesale it to somebody else. But you see, it was that opportunity that opened it up so I could now start negotiating price with Faye, and I got it on terms, seller financed, which was something, if you go right in, does anybody ever want to do terms? No, they want all cash until you talk with them and you have a conversation. So you need to start having a conversation. Now, this next example is just, it may seem like it has nothing to do with real estate, but it has everything to do with what I just taught you about anchoring. But I wanted to put it in a better perspective for you. So this is a letter to mom and dad. And it says, "Dear Mom and Dad, it has now been 3 months since I left for college. I am sorry for my thoughtlessness in not having written before. I will bring you up to date, but before you read on, you had better sit down." Okay, I'm getting along pretty well now. The skull fracture and concussion I got when I jumped out of my apartment window when it caught fire after my arrival here is pretty well healed. I only spent 2 weeks in the hospital, and now I can see almost normally and only get these sick headaches once a day. Fortunately, the fire and my jump were witnessed by Roger, an attendant at the gas station, and he was the one who called the fire department. He also visited me in the hospital, and since I had nowhere to live, he was kind enough to invite me to share his apartment with him. He's a very fine man, and we are planning to get married. We haven't set the date yet, but it will be before my pregnancy begins to show. His divorce is final now, and he shares custody of his 3 amazing children. The reason for the delay in our marriage is that Roger has a minor infection which prevents us from passing our premarital blood test, and I carelessly caught it from him. This will soon clear up with the penicillin injections I am taking daily. Now that I've brought you up to date, I want to tell you that there was no fire. I did not have a concussion or a skull fracture. I was not in the hospital. I am not pregnant. I am not engaged. I do not have syphilis, and I never thought I'd say that on a Zoom call. And there is no divorced man in my life. However, I am getting a D in math and an F in biology, and I wanted you to see these marks in the proper perspective. There are worse things. Your loving daughter, Jane. Now, can you imagine, I know this is an extreme example, but can you imagine a kid or somebody sending you, your friend, whatever, a letter like that? You're thinking, oh my God, no. If you're not getting married, you're not pregnant, you don't have syphilis, okay, you got a D in math and an F in biology. That's not nearly as bad as what could have happened. Now, I caution you, if your spouses or kids are listening in on this call, this can be dangerous. My 14-year-old son used this almost exact thing, granted, different variation recently, because he was getting, I think it was a C in biology, actually. And the thing with him is he twisted it so that I'm thinking he's failing, but the way he did it, and I didn't even realize it, I was like, okay, we'll do better. We got the tools to make this work. So you can use this on your family. You don't just have to use this in your negotiations, but see what it does. It brings it down. But the problem is most of you guys have these limiting beliefs, and many of you are saying right now that are sitting here with me today, this isn't going to work. You've got to change your mindset, because if you're believing that negotiations isn't going to work or that you can't negotiate, guess what? You're right. Or if you're one of those people that says, I'm a newbie investor and I can't do this. Can't? Well, in my land, that's why I give you all these tools. You can't is on you. It's whether or not you choose not to. Or that won't work, or that doesn't work, or they'll throw me out. I've never had a seller, when I've offered a lowball thing, throw me out. In fact, a lot of times, I'm leaving. If it doesn't work, I'm following up. Remember that thank you card I did? So I can't give a lowball offer. This is a way, if you're afraid to give that lowball offer, that you can do it. If you're a wholesaler and you've got to get it super low so you can wholesale it, here's a way of doing it. It's not about one and done and just how many offers you can give out in a week. Think about that. Those of you who are just like, time is money, 15-minute appointments, all of the money you missed out on because you didn't have these negotiation skills. The seller will yell at me. I just got Faye to say to me, she won't yell at me, she won't hate me. So your 4 takeaways on this is you've got to set it up by anchoring the seller's emotion. Tell them how bad your offer is going to be. I want you guys to write this down. You've got to create that curiosity, get them begging you to give them their offer, because that makes a huge difference. And then bend their reality and getting them expecting something way worse than your actual offer that you give them. So when you do, it seems a little more reasonable. And then the 4th thing is it makes you seem reasonable. So you give yourself plenty of room to negotiate. So when you start way down below your max offer, you have tens of thousands of dollars, maybe even hundreds of thousands of dollars sometimes in there to negotiate on. But the main thing when I started putting these into practice is that it is built like science, but it feels honestly like magic. It's that Jedi mind trick that we all could use to get further ahead. And some of you guys who are, engineers or a little more analytical will have a harder time with some of this because you're thinking the number's the number, here it is, take it or leave it. And I had a couple of students of mine, Stacy and Mark, that are in Colorado, Denver, Colorado area, which again, very, very expensive real estate market. I mean, you get San Jose and stuff, you get studio apartments with a parking spot that rent for $4,000. It's just crazy. And, multi-million-dollar properties, all of this kind of stuff. And they could see all the deals everybody else was doing. But you see, Mark has that engineer brain. And so they use the system and they started implementing the negotiation scripts that I have on there. And like that 5-step prep, literally part of it is you're writing 3 little things down. It seems like, it sounds like, it feels like, whatever kind of thing. And that made a huge difference to get him off of the engineering part and get him more in touch with the seller's feelings, because people will invest with you because they like you. It's a gut feeling. We've all done that. We've all had people come to us with killer investment deals. We just, didn't have that feeling with them. And I've had friends that would take a riskier investment because they liked the person more, or they could relate to that person more. So Stacy and Mark came to my 3-day workshop in Phoenix when I had it before the COVID stuff. And it was literally a game changer for them. In fact, I think the next slide. Yeah. So this is Stacy and Mark, and they have 4 kids. Stacy wants to be able to spend more time with her kids. Mark also, she wants him to be around more. As an engineer, he's constantly working. And they wanted to start building that nest egg, and they only had a little bit of money, and they didn't know how to negotiate on these properties. They're like $1 million properties. They have all this equity in them, but how can they get the sellers to accept their lowball offer when Mark just wants to, hey, here it is, take it or leave it. So they attended my 3-day workshop, and the 3 days that will change the trajectory for them. I showed them how to see that there are so many amazing deals out there. The best and most relevant real estate conference we've attended, 5-star for sure. So for some of you who are thinking, how can you put this in practice? Is that really worthwhile? Absolutely. Those 3 days can make all the difference between, sitting there and actually getting started. The other thing is that we have in the online course, we also have the 3-day workshops. We have the virtual ones. And the thing I didn't mention, and my fault, is you can attend my workshops as often as you want. So if you attend a virtual one and then the next one is in person and you want to be at the in-person one, you can come back for the life of that I'm doing them for free. It's included. I never charge you again. Again, I don't believe in doing that manipulation. So the third part of what we're going to talk about, and again, I think Jeff will put, or Gary will put in the chat box the link that you can click on to invest in the course. But the next thing that we're going to talk about is how you can create deals out of thin air. And these properties are sitting on a pile of money. How can you access that? We're going to talk about seller financing real quick, because I know we're getting down to about the last hour or so. And then we're going to go into, and I might have to do one or the other, subject twos or wraps. So I'll probably need you guys to tell me which one you'd rather have me go through, if it's going to be subject twos or wraps. I'm taking what's typically an all day and condensing it into 4 hours for you guys today. So I know it's a ton of information. So put in the chat box if you'd rather have me go over subject to deals or wraps. But I'm going to first start with seller financing. And these are your, also called your purchase money mortgages. And I'm starting with this wraps, please. Okay. Yeah. And here's the thing. What I am teaching you now, you have to know. Going into especially the end of 2021 and into 2022, this is going to be the game changer for investors. The investors that know how to do this, you are going to be the one making millions of dollars and potentially retiring yourself if that's what you want, just from knowing these creative strategies. And the reason being is because we have so much forbearance, we have so many tenants not paying, we have a lot of stuff going on. And again, I deal with people all across the country. Every title attorney, real estate investor-friendly one, and title company that I am dealing with is doing more of these than ever before, these creative deals with their investors. You know, they used to maybe do one every month, every 2 months. Now they're doing up to 10 a week even. So your seller money mortgage, it's a form of seller or owner financing. It's issued to the borrower by the seller as part of the purchase transaction. The seller's taking on a role of lender. You close with a title company or title attorney, and you, the buyer, the investor, gets put on the deed, okay? So I like graphics. There are different ways people learn. That's why I include so many different strategies and stuff in the course. Some people are visual, auditory, you know, kinesthetic, that touchy-feely kind of thing, accountability. So I have graphics for you. So you have a seller and you have a buyer. The seller or the buyer purchases the real estate from the seller. In return, that seller is providing a loan to the buyer. All right, so we're all clear. Your arrows are going both ways. Now, owner financing 101. It's a free and clear property. So what I'm discussing here today is free and clear property. There are tons of free and clear properties out there, especially if you're developing your list like I'm going to show you during the 3-day. The title transfers to the borrower. You're just having a conversation with the seller. Do you want, and this is my husband, I redid this presentation for you guys, so my husband hasn't even seen this, streams of cash versus piles of cash. Cash wants to be put to work. You must find out in your negotiations what they need the cash for. Write this down. Very important takeaway here. Down payments cover problems. Get cash or write a check. Mr. Seller, would you like to get a check? I'm sorry, get a check or write a check? If that property has been vacant and sitting there, they've been writing checks. I'm dealing with lots of vacant properties right now. Lots of landlords even. They're writing checks anymore and they're not getting any checks. So would you like to get a check or write a check? Yeah, Gary put it in the chat box. 34% of all houses in the United States are free and clear. Absolutely. Here's the problem. 99, tell me if I'm wrong, guys. How many of you are still with me? 99% of sellers think they want all cash. Everybody thinks they do. That's where your negotiations comes in. Your financing is provided by the seller. You close with the title company. You use the loan servicing company. This tip number one, the seller wants all cash up front. Start asking them questions. deals. Again, I keep going back to the negotiations course. I give you the questions to ask to get the answers you need to structure the deals. That's why all these courses interlock. Down payments cover problems. Think of it as an annuity backed by seller's property. Older people, especially those over the age of 60, understand annuities. If you don't know what an annuity, I don't have time to go into it right now. Look it up. I recently was doing a seller financing deal with a gentleman, and I asked him, what do you plan to do with the money? He was downsizing from a 2-story place that was free and clear to go move into a flat apartment with his wife. I asked them, what do you plan to do with the money? They will answer those questions. Remember, in the uncomfortable questions is where the money is. He was telling me he was just going to put it in the bank and they were going to give him basically an annuity formula. I convinced him instead to use his property as an annuity with no bank fees, no monthly charges, any of that kind of stuff. And I basically said, would you have any objections to your house being your annuity? He was like, really? That's how you do these deals. It really is that simple. Owner financing tip number 2, your strategy. If they are going to give you time, I give them price if it's going to cash flow. Interest versus no interest. Know the difference. 95% of the deals I do are no interest. If they're going to give me the price I want and I've got time, or even if it's shorter, but I'm paying 100% towards principal, my payment means 0 interest, Katie, bar the door. If they're giving me time and price and they want 3%, because you can use that right now because 2.5%, 3% is not unheard of, I'll give them interest as long as it's cash flowing and I'm making money. I negotiate the numbers of years for the loan term. You can negotiate amortization and have a balloon payment. Gary and I were trying to figure out how to make a deal work. So what did we do? We negotiated the amortization to 40 years with a 12-year balloon. Now, I know a lot of people think balloons are for suckers, but sometimes, hey, 12 years, I'm doing almost no interest. I think my interest rate was 3% on that deal. I'm all for that. But I needed to make my payment work because I had 2 strategies for that place. One, it was going to either be a residential assisted living, and if I couldn't get the city ordinances for that, it needed to cash flow as a rental. For it to cash flow as a regular rental, because you have to have multiple strategies for your properties. If it was going to cash flow as a rental, I had to get my payment down. I did a 40-year amortization. Most people would not think of that strategy. There is a strategy for every type of deal, so long as you're dealing with motivated sellers. So this is the guy I was talking about earlier. This is Greg Larkin. He's in Atlanta, Georgia. He had, not long ago, I think November, I think it was, he signed up for my course. And he was a software engineer at the time. And he signed up for my course because he's a single dad and he still has his teenage son at home and he wants to be around for his teenage son. And he had been through the last market downturn, lost a ton of money, and he wanted to know how to do it right this time so he could come out smelling like a rose. Well, about 4 weeks ago, lo and behold, he got laid off. Didn't know it was happening. Boom, here you go. Right around Christmas, he got the notice. Hey, sorry, thanks for being here. Here's a month's severance pay. We're done. That was enough to kick his marketing into high gear. From that, 2 weeks ago, actually it was last week, 2 weeks ago he found the deal, but last week he closed on his very first wholesale deal, making him $48,000 on a seller finance property in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, I want to show you Greg's deal real quick. And it was an impossible deal, or so we thought. We got on the phone and he's like, Maria, I'm not desperate, but I'm starting to feel the weight because I got laid off, as you know, and I've got to make this work. Anybody know that? Somebody like that where you're like, I got to make this work because I don't know if I'm going to get another job and I got to feed my kids and I got my mortgage and all that stuff. That was Greg. So the seller wanted to sell on seller financing because he liked the income. Greg had talked with him earlier. He was a landlord. He was already trained, like Pavlov or whatever it is. I always say it wrong. I know, Gary, to constantly be getting that check every month. So he liked that. So Greg started to ask him questions. He had another offer he was already going to accept. The offer was for $175,000 with payments of $1,400 per month on a property that was worth about $200,000. The property was rent for only $1,600 per month. So that was, oops, I wrote that wrong, but only $1,600 per month. Greg called me up and he's like, Maria, I don't know how I can offer this guy any more. The property is only worth about $200,000. Talked with the seller. He would take a higher offer, but I don't want to be making like $200 a month. The other thing is I don't have any money. I'm afraid to put money down. I don't have the money. He wants $8,000 down. I don't have it. So what Greg offered was the $200,000 at $8,000 down and at $1,800 per month until paid. Now, some of you are saying, wait a minute, Greg doesn't have $8,000 and he's $200 upside down every month and the property's worth $200. What's the deal here? So here's the problem. As I already said, Greg doesn't have the $8,000. How are you going to do this deal? So I got started talking with Greg. I said, we got to get a little creative here. Do you mind, thinking a little outside this box? What tools do we have at our disposal? He said, well, you need to wholesale the deal. I said, nobody's going to take that deal right now, but what you need is you need the right wholesale buyer. What about doing it as a group home? Greg's like, I don't know anybody. I said, well, this is what you're going to first do. You need to find the buyer first before, and you need to do it fast before you sign this. So we got an option on the property for the terms, and we'll talk more about options during the 3-day. And I said, you're pretty good at Facebook because he's IT. I said, how about if you send out a message on Facebook, on social media, tell everybody it would make a great group home or assisted living facility. He received in less than an hour, 24 people interested. Now, what Greg did is he's on other groups and stuff and he posts this out there. So I said, Greg, listen, time is valuable and I know you have more time than you know what to do with now. However, you are not going to set up individualized showings for 24 people because half of them are probably tire kickers or more and aren't going to show up anyway. And you need to get competition going on this property. So you're going to set up instead a group showing. So Greg wholesaled the property to John. John wants to do basically like a group home. It's more like an arbitrage really, but he wants to rent by the rooms for guys who have like sober living kind of stuff. So John has had other properties of this. They cash flow about $30,000 per month, these properties, by setting up sober livings and like halfway houses for ex-cons, that kind of stuff. John is very good at this. John cannot get a loan to buy more of these properties. He would do anything to be able to get a wholesale property that he could do this in. He's willing to pay Greg $50,000 over market value. Now, also, this property was not pristine. This property needed about $30,000 in work. John was also willing to put down $8,000 on the property. Greg calls me up and says, Maria, how am I going to do that? I don't have $8,000. I said, here's the other thing about negotiations. You need to make your problem their problem. Greg's talking to the closing attorney. He says, how am I supposed to do this? The closing attorney suggested closing the buyer before Greg. The John comes in with $8,000, gets closed first, then Greg gets closed. Greg did the whole deal without coming in with any of his own money. Greg sent out only, and this is a recap, 50 letters. He negotiated the offer with the seller. The seller agreed, again, to $200,000 purchase price with $8,000 down. So if you're following the numbers, here they are. Greg found the wholesale buyer, John, through a Facebook post. Not an ad, a Facebook post that he did in different community pages. John agreed to pay Greg $250,000 with $8,000 down. Greg had zero out of pocket. So for you guys who don't have money, would you find this useful? Greg made $42,000 on a deal that he had nothing in, and the seller made an extra $25,000 on a property that's market value. Fixed up was actually $200,000. It needed about $30,000 in work. And all Greg had to do was shuffle the paper. So why would a wholesale buyer want to pay $50,000 over the market for this property that needed work? He's making $30,000 a month on it. $50,000 is paid off in 2 months. Could you guys do a deal like this if you were given all the right tools, all the right steps, all the right checklists? I mean, I told you the story about my son 2 weeks ago and how we created the checklist. Because checklist saves lives, checklist saves your business. In this case, checklist can save your deal. It can put the pieces together. You know, going and walking through a property and taking the property inspection form, all it is a checklist. Who here can't follow a checklist? Nobody ever put anything in the chat box now. So all Greg did is he came in with zero money. He found the seller, sent out 50 letters. This was one of the deals. Now, did we want to go over, we're running out of time. Do we want to go over subject twos next, or did we want to go over wraps? And I think I saw some people say wraps. Okay, tell you what I'll do. If it's okay with Lori, what I can do is I can always do a bonus subject to webinar or something like that for those of you who invest in the course today. But wraps, I know you guys are dealing with a lot of properties that have a ton of equity in them. And it's going to be a wrap that is going to make the difference of that. I'm going to cover one thing on subject twos though, so that you'll understand how to do these wraps. So because a wrap is basically like a subject to on the first mortgage and you're wrapping it with the second mortgage. So let me show you. Whoops. Yeah, I think this will do it. So this is like the 10,000 foot level version of a subject to, just so you guys get a basic understanding so I can tell you how to do the wraps. Again, I apologize. I know I'm going a little long here today, but like I said, I took an 8 hour and condensed it into 4. And you guys are my guinea pigs for it. So with a subject to deal, this is how it works. You have a seller who has a property. The property has a mortgage. The mortgage is in that seller's name, all right? The seller also has a deed to that property. In comes Mr. Buyer or Mr. Investor, you guys, right? You guys negotiated with that seller to buy the property. You're closing with the title company or title attorney. That deed is going to get recorded in Mr. Investor's name or buyer's name or company's name, so whatever it is. However, that buyer is now going to be paying the mortgage every month on behalf of the seller because that seller's mortgage is staying attached to the property in the seller's name, okay? So now you have Mr. Buyer giving money to the mortgage every month on behalf of the seller. That is the 10,000 view of a subject to. Now, what we'll do for those of you who, for those of you who saw my other presentation, that is exactly what SJREI did to go from being a $24,000 a year daycare worker to making over $50,000 on her very first deal in less than 30 days. Literally, she just shuffled that paperwork around. So this was SJREI.
My first call, my first scheduled appointment, and then my first contract done. All in one day. That was a little overwhelming, but exciting. Like it can be done. This can be done.
And again, the backstory on SJREI is that she was a $24,000 a year daycare worker, divorced, mother of 3, not making anything, just wanted an extra $10,000. And bam, she doubled her salary in less than 30 days. Doing a subject to deals, just with all the tools I give you in her first 30 days. So it was really that simple for her. Now I'm going to go over wraps. They're also called all-inclusive, oops, let me go back, all-inclusive deeds of trust, because it's different if you have a deed of trust versus a mortgage state, basically the same things. I want to say California is a mortgage state. I hope I'm right. I think you guys are. So it is this form of seller or owner financing. It's a form of secondary financing for the purchase of real estate. The seller's existing financing is taken over by the buyer, just like in a subject to. So that first mortgage is your subject to. The buyer gets a second note to the seller for the balance of the second loan. So those of you who are dealing with properties that maybe they owe $600,000 on it, but there's another $400,000 in equity, this is how you put that deal together. Because a lot of us are not going to come in with $400,000 in cash. That would be ridiculous. You combine multiple loans into one security. The existing note and a new note. Your note is your debt. So the existing note on the property, on the house, whatever it is, the commercial, you name it, and a new note are calculated together for the purchase price. It's a form of seller, or the deed is also recorded in the buyer's name, you, the investor's, your name. I never, ever, ever do these deals without recording the deed in my company's name. If you don't have an LLC, in your personal name. It's a good way to purchase property with a bunch of equity in it when you don't have all the money. The seller has, so in this example, the seller has a mortgage for $200,000. The property is worth $350,000. You don't have the extra $150K. I can relate to that. Wrap the mortgage. Wraps are good for that. The seller wants to sell you the property for $450,000. He owes $38,000. He's afraid you won't make the payments to the bank. He can wrap it so he's in second position and can foreclose on you. It's giving him security. He doesn't want his credit ruined. Another situation, say you agree to pay your buyer $300,000 at 5% interest, and he owes $200,000 at 4% interest. He is now making an extra percentage on his already current mortgage of $200,000. So it's a way for him to make money. So if you have a motivated seller who's desperate, he can actually use this strategy to make money on his own property. The seller gets an extra 1% on the money, as I already said. Okay, so what seems like a conundrum? I always call it a conundrum. It seems like you can't do it. You have a property you want to sell to an investor who's willing to pay more if you finance it, but it still has a mortgage on it that you can't pay off. You don't trust the buyer to pay the mortgage to your bank. This is if you're selling the property. Got a new investor who wants to purchase your property but doesn't have the cash or good credit. So say I have a property I don't want. I have an investor who wants it, but they don't have the cash or good credit. I can do it. He can do it to purchase the primary residence also. I did this strategy, basically it was more of a subject to purchase our primary house. And the wrap will fix these seemingly unsolvable situations. So if the seller agrees to sell the property on a subject to deal and you want to wholesale the deal. So a lot of you guys don't want to be landlords, but you come across these seller finance deals and you want to protect your seller. You can wrap that to wholesale the deal and protect it. So you use a wrap to wholesale the deal. The wraps will fix these seemingly unsolvable situations. And as I like to say, the wraps make the impossible possible. You just have to keep an open mind. So you find the motivated seller, you get the property under contract. You wrap an original loan together with the second mortgage that is carried by the seller. The seller is in second position. The buyer, meaning you, the investor, makes one large payment. If the seller is, leery that you're not going to pay his mortgage, you can use a servicing company to split the payments up. Here's the difference between me, because I do these deals, and most people who talk about these deals. I never cut one check to my seller. There's one very good reason why. And this is something people who talk on this that don't do the deals are wrong on. A lot of them will tell you just cut one check to the seller and they'll pay their mortgage. How do you know if that seller is paying the mortgage? Never cut your check, one check to the seller. You cut one check to the bank and the second check for the second mortgage to the seller. The servicing company is what's going to split. And if the seller's afraid you're not going to pay the mortgage, you cut one check to the servicing company at the seller's expense, and the servicing company will split the payments up for you. So you have the seller's original loan and any other loans on the property. So if the seller has a first and a second, and now you're wrapping it, the seller's going to be in third position. But here's the thing. You can do these on properties that have multiple loans too, but have equity. Think of how many people have two mortgages. A wrap is just two mortgages on a property. A lot of people have a second mortgage that isn't even with the same lender as their first mortgage. In that case, obviously they're not wrapping them together. You have separate mortgages, but in this case, you're wrapping it all together. It's kind of like, for those of you who are familiar with sandwich leases, it's kind of like that, which we go over during the 3-day. Now, the new wrap is recorded, and you always close with the title company. The reason being, you want them to do the title work. Sometimes sellers don't tell you the truth. And if for some reason they're not telling you that there's extra liens, maybe they had a roof replaced and they didn't pay the roofer and the roofer slapped a lien on it, you need to make sure that that is taken into consideration. No surprises. Right now, I'm running into lots of properties with unpaid utilities. Some of these towns are slapping the homeowners with the water bills, and it's a lien on the house, even if that seller isn't living there anymore. I'm dealing with one right now where there's $1,000 utilities lien from the city because of the water bill. They had tenants in there. They never had the tenants, because of convenience, they thought, they never had the tenant put the water bill in their name. Tenants didn't pay the water bill. Now that seller gets stuck with it. So always close with the title company. And the title company will record these mortgages. And you, the buyer, gets title. You get the deed to the property that's recorded at the courthouse. So preserve your first position mortgage. You may have better terms. So that first position mortgage, say it's at 4%. You're able to get, or I get, right now we're at 3%, but say it's at 5 or 4%. You're able to get 4% on it because a few years ago when we were up at 5 or 6%, 4% was a freaking steal of a deal. So you get a lower interest rate. For people who are doing their mortgages right now, a couple of years from now, who wouldn't want a mortgage at 2.5% or 3% to take over, subject to if rates goes up to 5, 6, 7%? When I got my first house, I was at 7.5%. You get a high loan to value ratio, without paying principal mortgage insurance, or PMI, meaning you're keeping all the principal pay down. So if there's 10 years worth of principal pay down on that property, more of your monthly payment on that first mortgage is going towards the principal. Less is going towards interest. There's a higher, oh, I just told that. There's no need for you, the buyer or investor, to apply for a loan. A lot of us don't want to apply for loans. We don't like banks. I don't like banks. Anybody here likes banks? Heck no. You don't need to apply for a loan. And you put less money down. Right now, what I'm running into when I'm doing these is I'm asking these sellers who have equity in their properties, well, it sounds like you need a little bit of money. And they say, yeah, I need to start over. I need to rent an apartment. I need to move wherever. And I'll ask them, I said, well, how much do you think that will cost? Again, down payment solve problems. You don't have that money, you can get a financial friend. I just showed you guys how to find private money lenders. You can enter these deals with a lot less money. There's more flexibility to pay the seller more for the property when you're doing these deals. So if you have a seller that's really, really, really stuck on getting price, this is how you can give them more for the properties, but you get terms and you don't have to come in with a ton of money. He wants price, you get your terms. Maybe your terms is, okay, you need, Mr. Seller, $5,000 to start over, and you'll take, I'll pay your mortgage off for you of $1,200 a month. The property's gonna rent for $2,500, and I'll give you an extra $200 on your equity every month. So a lot of these guys, that sounds really, really good. I'm seeing a woman tomorrow, because I'm teaching today. I couldn't see her today. I'm seeing her tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Same situation. She's moved. The house is vacant. Her mortgage payment, I will pay it. I'm offering her a seller finance deal, and I'll find out how much she needs to cover her problems. So here's what you need to know. Yes, mortgages carry a due on sales clause. Yes, you need to let the seller know of the risk. The risk is with the seller. I always tell them, there is a possibility the buyer will default. In my system, I actually have a letter that they sign, recognize or acknowledging the due on sales clause. My title companies that I work with also, almost all of them, actually I think all of them now, because they're doing so many of them, all have forms that they sign, the buyer or the seller signs acknowledging they're aware of the due on sales clause. Don't be scared of the due on sales clause. I actually send letters to the bank and let the bank know what I'm doing. I have never had, nor there's only one time I've ever heard of anyone having a due on sales clause on. And that was a family who inherited the property from their deceased mother. And it was a little credit union who called the note on the family. I've never had a student, not saying that couldn't happen. Here's the other thing. If you as the buyer default, you are defaulting on 2 notes. So you're going to be defaulting on your note with the seller, and you're going to be defaulting on a note with the lender. Do not default. Do not do these deals if you cannot pay those mortgages. They're counting on you. I tell my kids all the time, my sellers get paid before you eat. The seller will still be on the hook for the primary mortgage. So if you don't pay, you destroy their credit. Seller will have a default. All right, here you go. If you don't pay the seller, they can initiate the foreclosure proceedings on you. So here's a student of mine, Jody. Jody is the one I was telling you about that's up near Sacramento. So some of you guys don't want to invest at all in California. Jody's one of those people. So Jody came to me because she wants to invest in Idaho remotely. So what she said, the biggest thing Maria has given me is to show, or is how to find the properties and put the deals together. She started finding properties in Idaho. Here's one of her deals. She found the seller through the direct mail. The seller wants to move, has 4 kids in a 2-bedroom house, just had a baby in the last 6 months. Think that seller is motivated? Do you think that seller wants to deal with showings in winter in Idaho Falls? Probably not. Do you think the seller wants to have to clean her house daily with 4 rugrats running around? Who, oh, by the way, she's also homeschooling the older kids. Heck no. The property is only worth $175,000. The total debt on the property is $100,000. The monthly mortgage is only $650 per month, but it will rent for $1,100 per month. So that means that it has $75,000 in equity, and the seller needs $20,000 to move. I had Jody ask her, well, they want to move. You got to find out, what do they need to move? Jody agreed to purchase the property for $170,000, subject to the first mortgage of $100,000. The second mortgage will be to the seller for $50,000. So follow me here. Got the purchase price is $170,000. At closing, the seller is going to get $20,000. So now you have $150,000 left. That first mortgage for $100,000 is staying in place, and there's a new mortgage that's wrapping it for $50,000 to the seller. Following me? Nodding heads? All right. The money down she needs is $20,000. What would her cash flow look like as a regular rental? Now, I also had, remember I told you I like to have my students do 2 different strategies. If she flipped it, she could turn around and flip it for about $250,000 if she added some square footage, I think like 200 square feet to the house. She's going to sell it on a lease option. I teach a lot of lease options. The rent will be $1,100 per month. The option fee she's going to get is $3,500. The first mortgage is $650 per month. The second mortgage is $100. So she's got $750 right there. During the workshop, I'm going to teach you guys more on your expenses when it comes to rentals, but her taxes, $50, insurance is $45. You have another $95,000. Total expenses on a rent to own per month is $845 per month. Her monthly cash flow on the property then is $255 per month. Over a year, end of year 1, she's made $6,060. Now, you math gurus, and I'm sure I have some engineers on here, are saying, how could you make $6,000 when $255 times 12 is only $3,060? You forgot, she's getting that option fee up here. Oops, I actually made an error. It should have been $6,560. So I made a math error. But the option fee is $3,500. That would get added too. So my number is actually slightly off. It should be $6,560. That's if the tenant exercises their lease after a year. Plus, a year from now, the property will be worth more money, so she'll get that equity difference as well. And here's the thing, the time to do these deals is absolutely now. It's only going to become more and more of doing these deals. And you just sometimes need to think a little bit outside the box. So let me show you a deal that basically Gary and I are doing what's called a 121 on. A lot of you guys are going, Maria, your numbers are stupidly low. We can't find a property here in California for probably what, under $500,000, guys? Honestly? Let me, yeah, there's like, no. Let me show you how I did this to buy this property when I was 2,000 miles away, didn't see the property up close and personal until after I bought it, using the same $1 million tear down. Oh my God. All right, you guys will love this property. This property is in the middle of Nowhereville, Amish country, Pennsylvania. In fact, I'm talking to you from the middle of it. See these double windows over here on the left? That's my office. Originally, I was going to get this property to flip it. Instead, I was going to make so much money on the flip. And for those of you who know, if you're not flipping in your IRAs, Uncle Sam will get half. of what you're doing. I do most of my stuff in my IRAs. Anyhow, found this seller using another strategy that I teach during the 3-day workshop, basically using Zillow. Here's the deal. The property was in foreclosure. It's a 7-bedroom, 4-bathroom property, 6,800 square feet. When I found it, it had an auction scheduled in 2 months. Oh, by the way, I was also speaking at the time in Cincinnati, Gary? Or was it Cleveland? Ohio, I was speaking. I think it was Cincinnati. Anyhow.
Toledo.
I found, what?
Toledo.
Oh, Toledo, that's right, Toledo, Ohio. I put this deal together from Toledo, Ohio, literally in between speaking. So I found it from one of my Zillow searches. I sent her a letter. Now, I did a handwritten yellow letter on this. My highest response rate, hands down, are the handwritten yellow letters I gave in the course. These yellow letters. But I don't do many of them unless I really, really want the property. So I sent her a yellow letter. Didn't hear back from her. And I knew that auction date was coming up. So Gary, before we went to Toledo, was out in Pennsylvania visiting his family. So I said, hey, honey, would you mind door knocking for me on this property? Really think it has a ton of equity in it. I love the property. It would make a great flip. And when I say Gary was out visiting his family's in Philadelphia, about 4 hours away, where he's at actually right now. So Gary humored me because he's an awesome husband and took the little 4-hour drive to go door knocking for me. Nobody answered, and God bless him. I don't know if I would have gone up to the door because there's this big old mastiff that's in the garage barking and stuff. And I'm like, nope, don't hit my pepper spray. Anyhow, door knock, nobody was home. Most people would stop right there. This is exactly what we did the other day. Instead, Gary goes across the road, there's a road behind him, and knocks on the neighbors' houses back there. He finds out from one of the neighbors, Bill, that he says, hey, I love that house. It's a beautiful house. Do you have any idea where the owner is? I sent her a letter. I haven't heard back. Well, talking to Bill, he found out that Aaron had been going through a horrible divorce. 8 years long divorce. Can you imagine? Oh, I think of my last ones. Thank God they were short. Anyhow, she lost her businesses. She's losing the house, all this kind of stuff. And the neighbor didn't know, by the way, that she was losing the house. He didn't know that until he called us about a month after that. But he did know that she wanted to leave the area. She wanted to move back to Boston, where her father and mother lives. Doing my research on this property, I showed that there was a first mortgage for $358,000, principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. Then she had to get, for the courts, a second mortgage for $320,000, interest only. So between the two mortgages, the first she was paying about $2,500 per month, and the second about $1,400 per month. So you're talking about $4,000. If I were to rent this property, it would only go for about $3,500 a month. Can't rent it. But I knew in its as-is condition, meaning it was kind of a borderline hoarder houses, because it's 6,800 square feet. I think that's the only reason why it would technically be a hoarder house, but she had crap everywhere. In its current condition, it was dated. It was like 1990s interior. During the workshop, I show you pictures of it. It's just like, ugh. In that current condition, I was thinking it was probably worth about $650,000. But I knew that the ARV on it, conservatively, because I'm very conservative on my numbers, would be about $900,000. So I did basically a deed in lieu with a short sale on the second and a subject to on the first. My initial strategy was I was going to see if I could short both notes. I shorted the first, and this is where your anchoring comes in. We shorted the note from, what did I say it was, $320,000 down to $73,000. Now, the only reason why the first, which I was initially talking with the one bank, wouldn't negotiate with me, because mid negotiations with the first, the mortgage was sold to a company that goes around and buys bad debt. They just made 10 cents on the dollar buying this loan. Did they want to short it to me? Nah. Like me, they knew there was a lot of equity in this property, a lot of potential. What I did is she had $59,000 in back payments. I made up the back payments on the first. I reinstated the first, and I shorted the second down to $72,000. That was the payoff. I have students right now that I'm teaching how to short one. Yes, there are still short sales going on right now. I have a couple of students doing them. I'm helping them out. Now remember, I tell you, in every single negotiation, so there's always one or two things that are unknowns. And once you find them out, they make all the difference. Well, I said to Erin, and she could care less. She was done. She was ready to leave. She disassociated. One of the questions I asked her was, how hard this must be on all this stuff. And she's like, nope, it's time to move on. Perfect. But I said to her, it seems like there's something I'm missing. That there's something else that maybe you want or you're not sure to ask me. I found out that all Erin wanted was one last Christmas in this property that she's owned for 28 years. And this is where I get teared up, that she wanted one last Christmas with her 3 now adult children. The last one was going to be graduate from high school. And I thought, that's it. So I did a $0 lease back for 2 months. Yes, it cost me $7,000 out of pocket. Did I give a rat's butt if I was going to make all that money on this property to do $7,000? No, that's chump change. Obviously not. She got her one last Christmas. She moved out December 28th and literally cleaned. I was thinking I was going to have multiple dumpsters. She cleaned out the whole property, got rid of all of it. She had so many dumpsters. I couldn't believe it. Did all of that. Now, the ARV on the property at the time, and we've been in here for almost 2 years, was $900,000. We put about $200,000 into the property. It's now appraised for $1.2 million. We are selling it, or it will be up on the market in March, because now I can do it $121. We're just actually under 200,000. So I was pretty close on my numbers. We ended up at 198 or 196 in repairs on this property. We bought it all in because I did a subject to on the first, and I shorted the second, made up those back payments. So the 59 plus the $72,000 plus closing costs. I did no, Gary, I did not mean a 1031. We're doing a 121. I'm all in at closing for $136,000. Now, there's just one problem. I didn't have $136,000. So I got a financial friend to put up $136,000 at 4% interest. We wrote our own HUD because a lot of times they'll tell you that, oh, you can't do this. They get their numbers wrong, whatever. During the workshop, I show you actually how to do your HUD. And because it's an investor, we do a HUD, not a TRID. And right now, we'll be making over $600,000 on this property with only closing costs of $136,000 of someone else's money with putting the repair costs in. Does that put this stuff in a little bit more perspective for you? Now, this property was such a great deal that, and here's the other thing. I also got the inspection done after I put the deal together, but that I was getting calls from people, and I'm new in this area. Nobody knows me. I've never even visited the area. I'm getting calls from other real estate investors wanting me to wholesale this property to them for $200,000. How many of you could use an extra $200,000 on one wholesale? These are the type of creative deals that I teach you how to do doing that 3-day. These are the type of deals that will provide for your family. These are the type of deals for most of you. Heck, you don't make $200,000 in a couple of years, and this is one deal. And this deal is $600,000. That other one that had no roof and was just 4 walls, like Lori would say, would be a tear down $1 million property in California. I wholesaled it and made over $60,000 because sometimes A quick nickel is better than a slow dime. So you can wholesale these properties. I have so many people who want to do these properties, and this is what my students and I are finding all the time. Now, again, let me just quickly go over the course and the system. Everything we've done here today is in that 5-course system. And I know some of you, it seems like a lot, but how much is it going to cost you if you have a deal and you don't know how to put it together? How much of it's going to cost you if you make a mistake? How much is it going to cost you if you're one of those people that are listening to people who talk about land trusts and you're putting these deals in a land trust to avoid the due on sales clause, which, oh, by the way, that's mortgage fraud. You have to know the right way to do this. So you need to be learning this from people who are doing these type of deals. That's what we do during the 3-day. That's what you do in the home study course. And that's why I also gift you with the 3 lifeline calls. So again, in that course, you get the Real Estate Wealth Academy, that Quick Start 2.0. That's what made SJREI her first $54,000 in less than 30 days. You get all the fillable contracts, and they're legally compliant. I've had many, I've actually used them with attorneys on their properties without knowing they were an attorney. And then they tell me afterwards how they like my contracts. Now, here's the thing. I want you to take my contract to your counsel, to your attorneys, get their blessing on it. But in the meantime, you get all the marketing letters. You get the same yellow letter that I sent to Aaron to acquire that property that's going to make us, about $600,000. You get the yellow letters, the postcards, my new letter, which I hope you guys took a picture of. I don't know where I put it. Here it is. My new letter that has the watermark on it and all the wording that works. This is a letter that's gained a minimum. My lowest response rate on it is 9%. If I told you what my highest response rate was, you wouldn't believe me. You're going to know how to handle calls from sellers. You're going to know how to set up your, if you want to use Pat Live, you're going to know how to set it up so they can weed out the door kickers, the tire kickers, excuse me, the people that are going to waste your time. You're going to have all the checklists to put this stuff into place. You're going to get the negotiations, which is honestly, that alone is worth everything. You're going to learn, gosh, over a dozen different negotiation strategies. Some are simple as just being silent. Some are like what I told you, anchoring. Who could anchor a seller and tell them how bad your offer is going to be? You're going to also have that 5-step prep sheet. So every time you go into a negotiations, you have all the tools there. I mean, that's a huge benefit to you. Who would like to be armed with all the materials to put the deals together? I mean, that's what the Little to No Money Down does. You have the subject twos, you have the wraps, you know how to go out and get private money lenders. Gary and I, we still use private money lenders. You'll be able to put together your credibility kit. You'll be able to have, all the fillable forms for doing that, your tenants and common, as well as all your marketing letters. So when you get to the marketing, which is on this page, when you get to that marketing part, you're doing the strategies that work. You're picking your 3, you're being consistent, you're planning it out, and you're time blocking. You're sending the right message out. I mean, who doesn't want to be able to have high qualified leads coming in? Here's the thing with these sellers, what you're going to come to realize, especially when you're doing the low to no money down investing deals here, price isn't the most important thing. Getting rid of the problem for them, getting rid of that pain point, that's the most important thing. That's what's keeping them up at night. Your negotiations help you with that. You're going to get, which I haven't even talked about really, is your lease options, the killer lease that I showed you. And again, I want you to cross out, or we'll cross out, that $4,297 price tag, because all of it is only just $1,297, and that's going to include your lifeline calls. It's going to include your fix and flip wealth builder bonus. That's all your rehabbing, what you never want to have in your contractor agreement, why you never, ever, ever put arbitration in. It's going to have your lien releases and how to do your lien releases right, so you never have a subcontractor put a lien on your property because I get double lien releases. You're going to have your change order. So when that contractor comes to you and say, hey, I've got this great door. Don't worry, it's in the budget. It really is in the budget. And you don't be like me and you finally discover that that really great door that the contractor thought you needed was $2,000 over budget. Because little nibbles like that from your contractors makes a really successful deal sometimes into a failure, and if you're lucky, a really skinny deal. And then you get the live immersion workshop, 2 tickets for you and your business partner, and you can come back as often as you want. I do them 3 times a year at different locations. You're going to create your marketing strategy, your business strategy during that. You're going to be able to set up your done-for-you marketing. I have students that are doing calls during that workshop, live calls, and we're putting those deals together during the workshop. So I'm getting you up. Again, the whole point of me here today is I want to get you out of seminar land and doing deals, because sitting here and watching speaker after speaker, how much further are you getting? You need to be putting it into practice. And that's why we give you the gift box bonus, the COVID bonus, as I call it, because that bonus is going to get you out of seminar land. That is your no excuse COVID action bonus. Again, it has your workbook. It has your downloadable marketing where you can listen to it, plug it in to your car, listen to it as you drive, maximize your time. It has your oops, I guess you guys can't see me, I didn't realize it. It has your vocabulary. It has your workbook, your tear-off sheet for your 3 offers, which honestly, many of you, this was the game changer. This is how you construct your offers. What else? We have your lead call report, which you just follow. So when you call me on those lifeline calls, and I'm giving them to you because I want you to use them. You have this filled out and we can start structuring your deal if you're calling me about a deal. That's why this is so important. So you get everything in that bonus box. And it's all for only one time, $12.97. And the reason why I do it so affordably is because I want it to be an investment in yourself, but I need you to have all the tools, because it doesn't help to give you one piece of the puzzle if you don't have all the other. I mean, if you don't have those Academy Award-winning negotiation scripts, those $1 million negotiation phrases that I give you, what is any of this worth then? You've got to have each piece to the puzzle. So that's why I do it as a whole system for you guys. So what you need to do is you need to, let's see, what is it? It's, sure I get this. It's the SJREI.org. Go to your website / Maria, or just go to SJREI.org and there's a link there. Oh, I see. I'm putting the links in now. So you click on that link, fill it out, put your name in, your information, your address. I will ship these boxes out to you hopefully on Monday. I can't do them today because it's already what, almost 4 o'clock where I'm at. And Sunday the post office is closed, so I'll ship them out on Monday to you. If not Monday, it'll be Tuesday because I'm supposed to get a foot of snow. And then I will see you at our March 3-day, whether it is virtual or hopefully in person, we'll see. And for those of you who invest today, we are also, Gary put in there, I guess we're also going to include a bonus subject to webinar, and we'll do that this next week so I can get you up and doing subject twos and wrap your mind around it. So we ran out of time today. I know we cut it from 8 to 4. I literally only scratched the surface on all the stuff that we had to give you guys today. So that's what I want you to do. Click on the links, go to the SJREI website, invest in the course. You'll be hearing from me right away. I know I had a couple of you guys, one in particular this past week who invested in the course, and actually we ended up setting up a lifeline call right away. So we're gonna get you up and going. I want you to be going on this. The course's videos. I have videos in the course. So the videos, what it is it's an online, actually, let me see if, would you guys like me to take you into the course real quick? Would that help? You guys good? Are we good with time, Lori? Can I do that? Yeah, okay. Let me see if I can escape out of this. I'll stop the share real quick. Let me see if I can bring it up. Sometimes my, whoops. All right, I need to know if you guys are gonna see my, all right, and now I just lost everybody. Let's see if I can bring you guys back. Share screen. All right, you guys should see my desktop. And, uh-oh, where did my, okay, do you guys see the Google Chrome? Yes, no?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Let me get you in. Sometimes I can't share right away. Let's see if it'll do it. If not, but what it is since you asked me that question, what it is it's an online course with everything, with all the video. Yeah, I don't think I have the bandwidth. We'll see. All the videos, all of, there's over 100 different videos in it. It has all the forms. They're all in a fillable format. And the reason why, yeah, it's going to time out on me. Okay, we tried. The reason why it's in a fillable format is because it, yeah, it's timing out. Okay. The reason why it's in a fillable, oh, and I think I lost my share too. All right, anyhow, the reason why I like everything in a fillable, easy downloadable format. So you can go into the system, you can type it in, and you can bring up the forms. You can fill it out right there on your tablet, on your laptop, on your phone. You can then download it, or you can download it right to your computer and fill it out and send it. When I do updates, you get the updates immediately. And so, like when I did the new letter that I just created, you don't have to wait to get an update from me. If I did this like last year and you bought a paper course from me, you wouldn't have this. So that's why I do it that way. The other thing is you can, it's a home study course. So you can progress at your own pace. Everything is divided up between the quick start course, the marketing course, the negotiations, the rent to own or lease course, your fix and flip course. So it's all separately done in there, as well as your private money and stuff. And then you can schedule a call with me to do your 3 Lifeline calls, get all that. And then when you get to the boot camp, the 3-day, and even if it's virtually, all the material, I will do a Dropbox if we have to do it virtual. It's separate material than the course. Again, it's another thing to get you going further along. And it sounds like a lot, but I want you to progress at your own pace. I have some people that, like Greg, man, he was gung-ho. He did it in a month and you know, made $42,000. Sure, he didn't even get through the quick start. I have students like Ben who just pick the areas that they need, and that's why I design it as an online. Think of it, those of you who get the old school CDs and DVDs and manuals, what are they doing? They're sitting there in your office. You're not doing them. I want you to put this into practice. I want you to do it. So that's why I set it up this way. And then we also do webinars, and my webinars are only for people who invest in the course, and we do several webinars, almost at least one a month, I think, on what we're doing, what's working, and we find out, you know, what do you guys think? What do you want to see? Are you working on a deal kind of stuff? And I have all different investors. I have one guy who, a different person, Wilson, who does virtual wholesaling all across the country. I have other people that are brand new investors. You know, I have, hell, one of my students, Ernie, is a rocket scientist. So it's designed so that it fits your needs. Because like I said, some people are visual, some people are auditory. My daughter being blind, you know, I had to do certain things and really understand how people learn. Me having a learning disability growing up, had to fit that in because there's all different types of learning needs. So I stuck all that in there. Let's let's see, do we have any questions? I have this really, really long chat roll. So Lori or Jeff or Gary, are there any questions? Because otherwise what I need you guys to do is just click on the link. We'll be setting up your login. You'll get that right away. And when you get your login, if you don't see it, check your spam folder. It'll be coming from Maria at realestateprofitsystem.com. It's an auto-generated one. So sometimes if you don't see it and you're sending me a hate letter, I'm gonna respond back, did you check your spam? Because that's probably where it went if your spam filters hit it. We'll be sending out also your gift boxes on Monday or Tuesday, and we'll be setting up a webinar for later this week to go over the subject twos as well for you guys. So I hope you guys got a ton out of this. Click on those links. Any other questions or anything really?
I think we'll call that a wrap. So thank you, Maria. Thank you,
Awesome.
everybody.
Thank you, guys. Look forward to seeing you all, and we'll talk to you guys later.
All right. Have
All
a
right,
great
bye-bye.
day, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.